Yeah, make all the demons quiet. Yeah, we were built to thrive. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night? Yeah, make all the demons quiet. Yeah, we were built to thrive. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night? Yeah, make all the demons quiet. Yeah, we were built to thrive. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night? Yeah, make all the demons quiet. Yeah, we were built to thrive. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, coming to you live from high above your imagination in the International Fake Station, dealing with all of the entropic problems that we have with pressure and gas and things like that up here. You know, we're having a rough time. I'm dealing with gas pressure variances in this scientific device here. We're trying to make sure that the gas pressure works fine with that. So we've got Burn the Corporate Fiction with us tonight. There he is. How are you tonight, Ryan?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic. How about yourself?
Oh my God. I feel like I'm becoming retarded from talking to these.
Oh, we don't say that anymore.
What?
It's differently abled. Okay.
No. No, it's retarded. This is what'll crack me up, because look here, who's actually getting offended by that word? It's not retarded people, because they're retarded, right? They're not getting it. Okay, so it's actually the non-retarded that I can loosely call non-retarded that are offended by that word. And what cracks me up is they'll say, "You're not supposed to use that word, idiot." Well, wait a second. Did you not know that the word idiot is a classification of retardation in medical books? Did you not know that? Imbecile is idiot, imbecile, and moron. Those are all various classifications of degrees of mental retardation, and they were used for many, many years. And nobody got offended by the specific classification. So in other words, you can't just use the generalized term of retarded, but you can use the specifically designated degrees of retardation, such as imbecile, idiot, and moron. Is that how this works?
Yeah, exactly. It's just the most extreme. So I'm offended, right? It's so dumb.
My answer to that right there is I don't fucking care. You have the right to be offended. Welcome to America. You know?
Right. Like we were talking about the other night, like when on my show, when something offends you, it means you need to look inward at something you're insecure about. But no, now we're catering to everybody's trauma.
Yes.
You
Yes.
see what I'm saying? So that they can't fix themselves. Instead, you need to just tiptoe and walk on eggshells around their trauma. So we're fostering insanity is what we're doing.
Well, you know, some of the shit that these people have come up with on here to talk. Oh my God, look at this. We got Talk Out Express is in here. Catch 22. Thrash is here. Dreamy Lynn, Mike Finian. Let's see, who else do I got? That's it for right now. I just happened to look over at that chat and notice that I had to go with the headphones tonight. You caught me like right at the last minute when I was realizing that after I restarted my computer so that everything would work great, I'd somehow lost my speakers and I didn't have time to restart. So I had to go with the old headphones thing. But this makes it look like we're doing more science up here and stuff, you know, because that's.
You can tell by all the loosely hanging wires. It's a tight ship up there. They run a tight ship. You know what I mean?
So we were talking mainly the biggest discussion I was having today on Twitter with discussion, if you could actually call it that, because I get rather hateful with these people. I have no patience for him. MC Toon popped in with one of his comments on something of mine, and I just told him, I said, shut the fuck up, you clown. I watch you get destroyed on a daily basis by Nathan Oakley, myself, and others, you know, and who's the other one that does him too? Flatzoid's Perspective is all the time fucking ripping him and Red shit all apart, man. They're sad, very sad. But I know that they know better. And they're willingly deceiving people for a paycheck, for money, and they rely on these people. These people think that they're their champion, and these people are using them like fodder. Like, look at these gullible, retarded people. I can cash in on this like NASA does, you know? And they do. And that's one of the things that I try to get people awake from, man. So they were talking mostly about, we were getting into the field of entropy or equalization, energy transfer. And I had made the claim, and I stand by the claim, that you cannot have a gas pressure system next to a vacuum without containment. Now, what do you think that the first thing when I say that you can't have an atmosphere without containment, what do you think is their reasoning for that there's an atmosphere that I call the atmos? What do you think is their biggest reason?
Probably gravity.
Yes, yeah. Of course. You knew you had a 33% chance of getting that right, just guessing at one of the Holy Trinities. You know, one
the
of the
responses that they usually go, well, gravity keeps the atmosphere, the air in here. Like, it's stupid.
Well, it's exactly. And the guy says, I told him, I says, well, you have to prove gravity preventing equalization. I said, I can prove that it won't. And he goes, well, go ahead and prove that it won't. So I just showed a jiffy of a guy opening a fucking can of soda. There it is. There it is.
Right.
How come gravity didn't keep that gas in the can? And see, I'm used to these little pedantic sons of bitches too, because they always want to know, well, what time of day was the can opened? What time of day did they open the can? What was the temperature of the can?
Well, I mean, if we took it a step further, wouldn't like holding a ball full of air underwater kind of, you know what I mean? What's going to happen to it when you let go?
Right. It's bye-bye.
It's going right up to the top, right up to the surface. There you get buoys and all sorts of safety devices, right?
Well, I went to the trouble before, and I have this all written down, of what the pressure in the can is at different temperatures, both in metric and what the PSI and the KPA, whatever they want to have their little thing, because they're all the time, their little pedantic shit. You know, what time of day was it? What's the refraction coefficient on that picture? You know, little stupid shit that they always say. But if you ask them the same types of shit about their evidence, they get fucking proof. They get pissed off, man. And it's like, if you ask them for any proof, they're like, oh, you deny science. Like science is some kind of a thing or a god or something. And I'm like, science, you realize it's just a method, right? It isn't a person. It isn't a thing. It isn't an institution. It's a process, right? You know this, right? No, they don't.
Yes. Historically, for all the way back to ancient humanity, science, as soon as science was invented, science was to be improved upon by questioning the science. Always.
Of course.
Right? Yeah, because that's the only way we'd advance in science. You know what I mean?
It's the only, yeah.
That's it.
It's the only way. It's because you have to just take what for granted. So when you pin these assholes down about, they'll say, well, the sun is 93 million miles away. And so how the fuck do you know that? Where are you getting all these information from? Oh, the same place that I got the shit from. Somebody told it to me. And when I looked at it carefully, I found out, you know what? That doesn't make a lick of goddamn sense whatsoever. None whatsoever. You always want to say, well, gravity's a factor involved with buoyancy and density. And I'm like, you know, nobody even said gravity. There wasn't even a thought about gravity 2,000 years before Newton came up with his apple falling on his head or whatever the fuck it was, right? So 2,000 years before that, there was this dude named Archimedes, right? And he came up with the whole idea and principles behind buoyancy and density of objects, right? So these slicksters just come along and say, well, we'll just change the weight of the object to a G. There, now you see gravity.
Well, see, and we have to look at, here's another thing is we have to look at like say the time the pyramids were built. People have this misconception that's been fostered through public education that ancient people were primitive, when in fact all physical evidence of history, such as the pyramids, the Sphinx, and all sorts of just magnificent monuments that have been erected that we couldn't even repeat today. You know what I mean? Right? So they think that they're primitive, right? But every ancient cosmogony, right, it depicts what? Every single one. You go to the Hindus, you go to every single one of them all across the world, right? They all depict some form of a plane, whether it be a turtle or whatever the case may be. It's not floating in space. It's a plane because there's no curve, right? Or very subtle. It's not that the earth is flat. That's where people get lost at. It's not that it's flat. It has variations in elevation, of course, right? Right? But it's not a ball, because when you go, if it was a ball, then you couldn't laser paint a target with a missile launcher from a ship 50 miles away, right? This period. It's not a ball.
Yeah. We have to take in the coefficient factors because we're actually targeting a mirage, Ryan, over that distance.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, targeting. Yeah. You're just targeting the mirage. I get it.
It's it.
It makes sense. Yeah. Let us not forget that the fucking the space shuttle flies at over 17,000 miles per hour, right? And it's not aerodynamic in any sense of the word at all. Right, but the SR-72 Black Hawk flies at only 22 miles per hour and is considered the fastest aircraft in the world.
Well, think about this when they come back in for their re-entry, right? You're going like 17,000 miles an hour and then hit this atmosphere all of a sudden you hit this atmosphere, right, at 17,000 miles an hour. If you ever, you know what a bug does on your windshield at 55 miles an hour?
Right. Yeah, no shit. No, but they got a special type of metal that they use that you can't find anywhere on Earth to re-enter that.
Unobtainium. Unobtainium.
Unobtainium. Yeah. Never heard that. That's funny as hell. That's what it is, though. It's unobtainium. Yeah, it doesn't exist, right? They got it on their. No, even better. They got it on their first trip to the moon. They got it from the moon to re-enter. They just knew it was going to be up there.
God, listen, that was just.
And then they constructed the re-entry shuttle while they were up there.
But this whole thing, you can't get away from this having a gas pressure system in a vacuum. You know, and like you were saying, I was going to say, look at the electrical symbol for a ground, right? It's not the little stick and the little tricross isn't sticking into a ball, is it? No, it's on a flat line. It's on a horizontal line. That's what means ground, right?
Right.
Not, oh my God. Yeah. But I mean, the whole idea of equalization of pressure, people say, well, we have this pressure gradient within our atmosphere. And so how could that happen without equalization? Baby, equalization is happening all the time. This is why we experience this thing called weather. Okay? You know, when a high pressure system meets a low pressure system, and the result is what? Equalization in the form of a fucking storm, man. That's what's going on there, you know? We have this shit temperature. Temperature changes the density medium of the various gases in our atmos and causes them, some of it to rise and some of it to fall. And you have all these things working with each other. You know, these idiots act like this pressure gradient's like a fucking like a layer cake, like a wedding cake or some shit with little distinct layers in it and shit. And it's more like watercolor paints. If you could see it, you would see the blending, almost like a color gradient looks like on your paint program, you know, where you can pull up the thing and pick the colors. And then there's that little bar there that shows the entire color gradient. You can choose in that spectrum, right? That's what you've got going on. It's not separate definitive layers and shit. These people are like so far out to lunch, it's not even funny. I mean, just the fact that you have to fart is proof of equalization of pressure. Okay? If gravity was holding the gas, well, you wouldn't have to fart. The gravity just suck it out of your butt, right?
Yeah, I mean, exactly. What about a gyro on a plane? Right? Right? It lines up with a flat horizon.
Mm-hmm.
And no, the pilot does not adjust for curvature every fucking few minutes.
No.
To make sure he doesn't fly off into space. Doesn't make any fucking sense at all.
There was a guy put out a video here just recently that is a globe killer. It's a total globe killer. Okay? And what it's showing is it's a flight over thousands of miles with time lapse from the cockpit, so you don't have any distortion in the windows, right? From the cockpit, and it's on a north-south trajectory, right? And the stars remain right there.
Yeah, you sent me that video. Yeah,
they do not rise up off of the horizon at all.
Which they would have to if you're going over the curve of the Earth. Absolutely, they would have to be continuing to rise up. Yeah,
the Google Earth simulation shows it rising up. In fact,
of course it does.
Probably pull that up.
It also shows Antarctica as a continent until you actually try to trace the circumference of it, and then it kind of is a little weird, right? What's the mileage it depicts? I forget. It's ridiculous, though.
It should be getting some kind of media from Renee. She said it's some kind of residue with Smokey the Bear. Yeah, the whole I'm gonna let me see if I can find that real quick. Let's see. I can pull it up on the Flat Earth Clock app. Oh, also for all of you that don't know, now tomorrow I have at 11:30 a.m. David Weiss of the Flat Earth Clock Sun Moon Zodiac app is going to be on. A friend of mine, Anthony, is coming on, and David Weiss is bringing Austin Whitsitt with him. So we had a change at the last minute. It was going to be Skylar from Troubling Tribune, but apparently Skylar can't make it, so Whitsitt is going to be taking his place. So I think that should be pretty cool. Let's go into my video archive here.
I sent you screenshots of those stupid ass tweets you sent me from them guys. You were
okay. All right.
Yeah.
I'll pull those up. Let's see. Where?
No, see, literally, Axis Mundi. If like Catch said earlier in the chat, if a pilot actually thinks it's curved, he does not believe his own observations. I wouldn't even want to be in the plane with a guy like that.
No.
You know what I mean?
That's some scary shit there.
The altimeter says this, but it looks like we're pretty close to the ground. We're probably okay because the altimeter says it.
Let's see. Was that does that show that the best in part 1? Let me see.
Hello, everyone. Curvature of the Earth.
I just explained why, Voynich. It's ridiculous.
Distance for the full flight from Munich to Sao Paulo is over 6,000 miles. But the recording was only for approximately 3,000 miles.
What is playing?
In fact, the nose of the Earth.
Oh, my phone. Now my phone is coming through.
Oh, Voynich, you're talking about Troubling Tribune. He's in jail? Holy shit.
Oh, no shit. What? I guess his court thing didn't go too well. Oh, that sucks. Let's see, maybe it's on this one that's better.
Yeah, you don't have something like that, but that sucks.
My prior video.
Especially,
yeah, I'm not exactly sure. You know, I knew he was had some kind of court or some kind of legal troubles or whatever. You know, he was asking for some help if he could get it. He never did say what it was about or anything like that.
Well, no, nobody. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. So while I didn't even put that in there because I just got an email today from Dave Weiss that said that they had to change that up.
It's probably some stupid fucking civil infraction or some other sort of English law horse shit that doesn't belong in this country.
Most likely.
Yeah.
Most likely.
Yeah.
Most likely. Well,
it's some violation of contract and trust indenture.
Angelo, do you have any idea how long he's in there for? Let me do something here. Yeah. Do you have any idea how long he's in there for, or what occurred? That's interesting. It sucks. It's what it does.
Yeah. It's a shitty place to be, especially after the whole pandemic thing.
Oh, God, yeah. I can only imagine what it would be like in there. I can only imagine.
Yeah.
Let me pull up these screenshots. Let me see where that was. Yeah, this is some of the shit that I deal with. I should download these. Is what I should do, and then I can zoom in on them. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Oh yeah, these are just. I'm sorry. These people and the shit that they say. Let me just bring this up real quick. Come on, man. Downloads. That's what I want. All right. So is this the one? Oh yeah. Here. This is just beautiful. This is just beautiful. So check this out.
Oh, she sent a link in the comments too. It said his wife is on it, but yeah.
Okay. But anyway, hang on one second. But look at this. This is why we fail as a society. Let this sink in for a moment. Containment does not create pressure. That's what this guy said.
The other one was good too. That's ridiculous. How does then what happens when you open a pop can? That's the question, right? Like that doesn't even make any kind of sense. There's always that is a fundamental law of physics, right? Absolutely, is that pressure always seeks its own level. You know what I mean? You can't have a pressurized system without a container. You just can't. It's impossible. It would just the whole thing would just suck right out into the vacuum, and it would equalize out, and then there'd be. Doesn't make sense.
This is the other one. This guy says denser objects fall and less dense objects rise. Yes. Any gas is more dense than a vacuum. No need for a container. Nowhere for it to go.
He literally just said less dense objects rise.
Right.
Literally just said that. What do you mean? Nowhere for it. It's going to rise into space without a container.
But it's denser than the vacuum. What the fuck? This is the kind of shit that I deal with.
Right. Super. It's some guy in Britain with a Mars astrological sign there or something, or male sign, or however he's using it.
Yeah, that's a male sign and a penguin.
Okay.
A male sign. Yeah, denser objects fall unless that. Okay. Any gas is more dense than a vacuum. No need for a container. Nowhere for it to go. Then, of course, this guy here with his containment does not create pressure.
Yeah. Yep. It's I don't even get. Yeah, you probably just stop arguing with him at that point, right?
Yeah. It's just like I
wouldn't even bother.
You're just too fucking stupid to talk to. I'm sorry.
Right.
At that point, you're just too goddamn dumb to talk to.
Right. You're gonna fall for anything, literally.
All right. So let me see. What was her link? I have to go over to my thing here to be able to work that link. Let's see what it says. Oh hell, that's a long ass thing.
Yeah.
Free Troubling Tribune. It's from FMX Radio. Maybe in the first minute or so they tell us what the hell going on. Let's see if we can do it. Oh. Can't hear anything. What the fuck? My shit's just not working right, man.
Do you want me to share it?
Can you still hear me?
I got it pulled up if you want me to share it.
Yeah, if you can. I can't get no sound. I don't understand why the sound is not playing.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, there is no sound. That's why. It started out quiet. All right, so that was just me reacting because of my shit being screwed up.
No, yeah, they've been fucking with you. I watched last night's video.
All right, so let's see. Here he starts.
Chris Vick, True Earth Entertainment and University on Facebook. Shout out to all you warriors coming here a little early, kind of catch up with your friends, behind the scenes over here, the content creator side of things. But, we don't come to you on the best news today, unfortunately. There's been some things in the back work, that's been in the background that's been going on. And we figured we better come on and, share with our audience so y'all ain't left in the dark. We like to be as open as possible. And with me, to kind of help explain this whole situation is my friend Austin from the Mellow Dome, of course. How you doing, Austin?
What's up?
Thanks for being here, homie. And then, of course, we have Mrs. Troubling Tribune with us as well. Hey, sis, how's it going? Oh, can you hear us? Check.
She has to handle the baby. I know the babies are crying right now.
I have the baby in my arms.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, no worries. We'll work with them. We'll work with them. Well, shout out real quick to all the YouTube legends. We're on Twitch and, of course, Rockfin. Really appreciate y'all. Hope y'all having a fantastic week. And the only thing go up from here for you and all your achievements are being gold. Remember to speak good about yourself. And, we love you over here on FMX and the Mellow Dome, and Troubling Tribune, all of us, all together. So we want to start off by saying that, of course. I really hope that everybody, I wish and I know y'all doing fantastic. And if you're not, hey, remember, it's only temporary. We're going to get through it. All good things last longer than the bad. That's where you want to focus your attention and your mind. With that being said today, with things that's been happening with our friend Skylar, aka Troubling Tribune, the man, the myth, the legend, you know, the probably master debater for this side of the flat earth fence. He's swinging for the fences every time he hits a home run. He goes live every week to do his debates. So, Jess, would you like to kind of catch everybody up, or you want to start us off, or would you feel comfortable at? How's our friend? Let's start off there. How's Skylar doing right now?
He is hanging in there, as anybody else could. How do I sound?
You sound great.
Sounds fantastic.
Sound really
He's
fast.
in high spirits. We're trying the best we can to get him proper representation. I don't really want to go into it too much,
Right.
as far as the details go. But the judge did him really dirty. He was very corrupt. She ruled incorrectly, so we have to. She didn't follow the correct proceeding, but she should.
Of course. And, you know, when it comes to this maritime law, Black's Law dictionary definition of things, we have to.
So pretty much screwed over by the system, like everybody gets.
Yeah, the best way to beat the system is stay the fuck out of it.
Yeah, I'd like to know more about, you know, I'm not going to watch the entire video. I just wondered how long did he get, you know, what's the prospects, you know, that kind of thing.
It doesn't sound like he got anything yet. Well, no, Angela said 36 months. I don't know if that's what he's looking at or if he's already been sentenced. But the whole thing is that the courts, they don't have to follow like the process that you guys think that the courts are supposed to follow, like our original common law process, which I'm not going to get into. They don't. They can just send you straight to fucking jail without a jury trial, without anything, because it's not, you're under contract. So, you know.
Yeah, they're a bunch of shitheels. It's basically what you got going on.
They're pieces of shit. I think that if we got rid of every lawyer in this country, just ship their asses back to England or to Hades or wherever, you know what I mean, that we would probably be much, much better off.
Oh, yes. So with these guys that were arguing about the buoyancy and density thing, saying that, well, gravity is required for that. So what do you think I showed them next? What
did you show them?
I'll show you.
I'm surprised that you entertained him beyond that, but yeah, go ahead. What'd you show him?
Well, because I love it. I love to see it go down like this. Oh, wait.
You just like to just crush him totally.
I do. I absolutely do.
Why
Let me
not?
pull this up and then I can share this over. All right. So I'm going to present, share screen, this thing. So unless gravity works sideways on a horizontal, then I don't see how that is a factor. Watch this.
There's no sound, just so you know.
All right, hold on. Okay, just I don't really need the sound for this anyway, but here's what's going on. The orange balloon has helium in it. The yellow balloon has regular air, the same air that's in the car in it, right? So when the car accelerates forward, temporarily the air in the back of that enclosed car becomes more dense due to the acceleration than the air in the front of the car, causing the helium balloon to go in the opposite direction of the force being applied. In other words, the acceleration. So it moves forward when the car accelerates, and when the car stops, the opposite happens, and the helium balloon goes toward the back of the car while the occupants and everything else in the car continue to travel forward. This totally proves that it's buoyancy and density without the gravitational factor involved. You see?
Yep, 100%.
So this is, all they did was put a G in place of weight in that formula. That's it. So he's telling the van is filled with air. It's filled with gas. Now you see the orange balloon goes forward. Now when he stops, it goes the opposite. And it's for the very reason that I explained. Now, here in a minute, they'll go in a turn, and those things will go in the opposite direction of centrifugal force.
Just out of curiosity, what was this guy explaining on what is that, ABC News? Like what was his, because he definitely wasn't talking about flat Earth on ABC News.
Here's where they go in the loop. Watch. I don't know why it didn't have any sound, but you all get the idea as to what's going on there. And I showed that to them, and they were like, well, where is your containment? I was like, what do you mean, where is my containment? It's not my containment, it's our containment. But what do you mean, where is it? And they said, well, where does it exist at? And I says, well, obviously above you. Where is this magical little line where you pop out of the atmosphere and now you're in space at? And this would be an area they call the Kármán line, right? And where is the Kármán line? The Kármán line is supposedly 62 miles up, right? But we know the Gale-fast rocket went up 72 miles. So that's another 10 miles further. But that's what they say. That's 327,360 feet, and the pressure is 1 times 10 to the negative 3 torr, or they represent it as 1 Pascal. Okay, so 1 times 10 to the negative 3 torr is the same as 0.00002 pounds per square inch, and it's considered a low vacuum. Okay, so they have 3 different classifications of a vacuum. They have a low vacuum, and that's 760 torr to 10 to the negative 3 torr. Okay, so to give you an idea, a vacuum cleaner produces 600 torr, and a thermos bottle is about 10 to the negative 3 torr, 700. So there's your range, the difference between a thermos bottle and a vacuum cleaner. Now, in a high vacuum is 10 to the negative 3 torr to 10 to the negative 9 torr. Okay. And this is the vacuum range that they need for like an electron microscope or an evaporator. Okay. Then you get into ultra high. Okay. And this is the moon and space. And that's considered 10 to the negative 9 to 10 to the negative 12 torr. Now, CERN operates within 10 to the negative 9 to 10 to the negative 12. The moon is right at 10 to the negative 11. Now, here's an interesting thing about the moon, is that they put the rocks in the cases that they picked up on the moon inside of the box, outside on the moon. They put those rocks in there because they wanted to preserve the atmosphere of the moon, which Buzz Aldrin said smells like ashes. I don't know how the fuck he smelled the moon, but he said it smells like ashes. Anyway, because somebody actually asked him, what did the moon smell like? And that dumbass answered. I couldn't believe he actually did that. So my question is this: if they put that in the atmosphere of the moon is a 10 to the negative 11 torr, and they put that in that box and they sealed it up and then took it back inside of the lunar module, which was at about, 14.7? They had to have some kind of at least ambient pressure for them to be inside this thing, right? Or even when they got it back to Earth, what prevented that case from smashing in on itself and pulverizing those rocks? Do you really?
100%.
There's no fucking way.
Yeah, that's physically impossible. 100%. That's all. That's funny. I didn't know that about the moon rocks, actually.
Yeah. They turned out the ones we gave to Holland turned out to be petrified wood too.
Yeah, I did know that. Yeah, I did know that.
So they got this thing down in Sandusky, Ohio. Now, for you, Sandusky's probably a familiar place, as it was for me, because everybody knows up in that area of the world about Cedar Point. Everybody loves to go to Cedar Point, which is in Sandusky, Ohio. But Sandusky also has what's known as the Glen Research Facility, the Glen Allen Research Facility. It's in Sandusky, Ohio. And they have a vacuum chamber that was completed in August of 1969, a month after we supposedly went to the moon. And it's got like 10-foot thick walls made of steel reinforced concrete, and they can achieve a 10 to the -6 torque. So about 1,000 times stronger than the Kármán line, which is 10 to the -3. That's the pressure at the spot where you pop out into space, I guess, right? No, 8 foot thick walls, not 10. All right. So so the vacuum on the surface of the moon, okay, we're talking about a difference between 10 to the -6 and 10 to the -11, right? Don't sound like a whole lot, but when you're dealing with exponents, the vacuum of the surface of the moon is 100,000 times stronger than the Glen Allen vacuum chamber can achieve. So that's and when they first tried to test a spacesuit, a NASA suit, into it, they didn't even get it close to what it would be at the Kármán line, and this guy started to fucking die, you know? And then I'm supposed to believe they wore that shit walking around on the moon in 10 to the -11. Are you kidding me?
Well, I mean, you listen to the astronauts themselves, right? And it's like Buzz Aldrin, maybe because he's old, maybe because he's a drunk, who knows, right? Has been telling everybody the truth. Like, anybody can watch the Conan O'Brien episode where he goes, yeah, you watched animation.
Yep.
Yeah, you watched animation. That's what you watched. And Conan O'Brien has to be like, oh, shit. Well, I don't really know what I've seen. I was a kid or whatever the fuck he said, right? He had to kind of do damage control because he's a CIA operative. But, right, or whatever intelligence is running his ass, probably CIA. And, you know, and then the interview where he tells the little girl, like, that's not an 8-year-old's question. Why haven't we been back to the moon?
Yeah,
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. Because he already knows that the girl's parent had told him or had told her to go on there and say that, right? He's like, oh, shit, that's not an 8-year-old's question. Her dad or somebody must put her, you know what I mean? Her mom or whoever, right, must put her up to it. And he goes, that's my question. And the truth is because we never really went in the first place. And if we never really went, then what does that mean? You know what I mean? Like, no shit. And then Don Pettit is like, you know, we haven't been back to the moon because we used to have that technology, but we lost it. It's a painful process to build it back, right? Even though
I would go to the moon in a heartbeat.
I would go to the moon, but yeah, we lost it, right? Even though the fucking computer that sent the Apollo mission to the moon had less processing power than a fucking Game Boy, right? So now we have smartphones. We have smartphones and all this shit, but we don't have technology to go back to the moon, dude. What the fuck ever. The biggest one for me is
a
Curvature.
pocket calculator had more computing power than the shit they used.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Shit. Not even a scientific calculator, probably. You know what I mean?
No.
Yeah, just a regular calculator. And that's, you know, and people listen to the shits right in front of your face. And I believe it's the whole thing where they have to tell you in the first place. I don't know. Not with Buzz Aldrin. I just think he's just either has like an attack of conscience or something like Kubrick did, or he's just fucking lost his mind. He's got wet brain or whatever, right? Because he's a notorious drunk. But he's still just letting shit spill, right? And the biggest thing for me is Curvature. I bet people my entire paycheck. I said, dude, I'll give you my whole paycheck if you can show me one concrete evidence, like one concrete proof of curvature. Just show it to me. Just go ahead, do all I'll give you as much time as you need. Nobody.
Show me the curve.
Show me the curve. Just show me the curve. Even some of my wealthy friends ask me, show me the curve. Where's it at?
They
Right?
can't do it.
You cannot show it. There's no way. There's nothing. You can just end the argument right there. Show me the curve. For it to be a ball, there has to be a curve. Where's it at?
That's what Lucky Haskins says, man. He's like, come on, you know, all this other shit. That's like I'm saying what I said to somebody earlier about that. They were like, well, you can look into the sky and see these movement of these things. And I'm like, yeah, I know. If I wanted to check the level of my pool, I would obviously go over and look at my neighbor's mailbox.
Right. Yeah.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
I want to see the shape of my floor, so I look at the ceiling light bulb.
Right.
Right. Yeah. My floor must be shaped like a ceiling light bulb.
Well, here's the thing. You really want to get into it, man. So the 10 to the negative 11 torr that they give us for the moon, right? Or for the moon. This isn't even deep space. Deep space is a negative 17 exponent, right? So now these are not my numbers. These are the numbers.
Wait, so there's like a difference in vacuum and space even? So there's got to be some kind of containment between like inner space and deep space that keeps it from equalizing there? Is that what's going on?
That's supposedly, that's their story. That's their story. But get this, man. If you were to put that into PSI, right? You know what that is? It's negative 2 billion PSI, negative 2 billion pounds per square inch.
Wow.
Now, I don't even know how you could even have such a thing like that.
I don't think they could ever repeat that on in physical reality or any reality ever. It's not possible.
It's also listed as 131 negative on 131 million atmospheres.
It's probably from one of them exploratory missions that they sent into the Bermuda Triangle.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, some of this shit that they come up with in this is just so ludicrous, so preposterous that it's. You've seen that train car, right?
Yeah, where it just completely crushes in on itself. Yeah, implodes. 100%.
They only took that down to 3.4 psi inside.
But them spacesuits, now see, they should have made that train car out of what they make them spacesuits. Then it would have been fine.
Dude, straight up, man, because it's like you gotta. I mean, that makes absolutely no sense. It's okay. So what in the torr field there? So we said that the 10 to the negative 11 torr is minus 2 billion psi, right? So what is the torr rate of our 14.7 psi? Is 760 in the positive range, of course. And what they took that train car down to was 3.4 psi, which is 176 torr.
Right. I mean, think about what would happen.
Still way in the positive range, man.
Right. What would happen if they actually took it the negative? Like, would it like just disappear? Like what would disintegrate? Like what would happen? It's impossible. Like you can't even fathom something like that.
Yeah, the floor spins, not the ceiling fan.
You know what I mean? So, and like Dreamy said, it's like beating a dead horse. It really is, but it's so fundamental. It's so fundamental to understanding where we live and what's going on with like in the entire world, with Hawaii getting fried with direct. I don't know how YouTube feels about that, but you get what I'm saying.
Dews,
right?
The Mountain Dews.
The Mountain Dews. Yeah, absolutely. Right. And I mean, at that, there's listen, forest fires. You show me the forest fire that can cremate a car. Right.
And embers blowing through the streets like they're searching for something to burn, man. It's like, what is causing these fucking embers and how do they stay being embers for so fucking long? They're little tiny particles that are on fire, which in the wind burn up quickly. These things just like a little swarm of fireflies.
the amazing thing is you have cremated cars next to trees that are perfectly fine, or even nylon fucking umbrellas. You've got a building that's just incinerated to ashes, and right in front of it, the umbrellas. That's my wife pointed that out. She's like, the fucking umbrellas are perfectly fine. What do you mean?
They had that in Paradise too, Paradise, California.
100%, and they did the same
there
thing.
Again, they burned Paradise again. If you
And if you
consider Hawaii is like paradise.
Symbolic, yeah. And somebody else brought that up. Actually, I seen that on Facebook. And one of the last things I posted was something somebody shared about this guy was on foot and he was walking with a bunch of people and they're trying to get, or not walking, probably he's probably fucking jogging or something, right? But this older guy is trying to get out of there, and the police were stopping the cars, right? And he's like, and he's walking by these cars just like they did in Paradise. And he's walking by these cars. He's like, you guys need to get the fuck out of here. And he's like, oh, they told us we have to evacuate by car. And he gets up to the cop and he's, why are you stopping all these people? They got to go, dude. They have to go now. That fire's going to be here. He's talking about like a save lot, which I assume is a store down there. He walked from there all the way to that place where the guy was stopping the cars, which was a significant distance. And he said that none of the cars moved the entire time. And in fact, some of the people he was walking with, the people in the cars were like, hey, you want to ride? And they were like, oh, yeah, sure. And got in. And they asked him, he was like, fuck no, you need to get out of your car. Go right now. And then when he got down to the cop, he was like, dude, why are you stopping all of these people? They need to go now. This fire is spreading extremely fast, because he doesn't obviously know what's going on. And the cop said, you know what the cop says? Guess what the cop says?
I'm just following orders.
Exactly that. I'm just following orders. I was told to stop him.
Well, then why don't you just have a fucking Coke machine out here with a sign on it then?
No, why don't you just go ahead and take an AR and unlock, you know what I mean? Like, you might as well, because it's the same thing. You just fucking, you don't got to stand there all day then, I guess.
Well, yeah, see, my whole answer for that would be, well, good thing I'm not under your fucking orders. Bye.
Right, yeah, fuck you. Exactly.
Right.
There's a ton of us and just several of you, and I bet you that we're going to make it through here. So
you can either stand there and be a fucking speed bump, or you can get the fuck out of the way. I'm going.
Right. Absolutely. But unfortunately, most people are programmed to not be that way. So, and they subscribe to it.
Trees burning from the inside out again. That's another thing we've seen.
Yeah.
Listen, I had just come through Paradise, not even an hour before that place went up in flames. Man,
that's pretty fortunate.
Yeah, I mean, there was fires going on, and of course,
actually, that's pretty unfortunate for the people of Paradise, because I bet you would probably made a real ruckus about what the fuck was going on.
Oh my God, man! There was people just got burned up in their cars and shit.
Well, because in Paradise, the firefighters and the police, they were blocking this fucking exit. They were blocking the pathways out of that area with fire trucks.
Yeah,
so I'm just following orders.
Yes, I know. I can't get this. People can't do anything without being told what to do or how to do it.
Stanley Milgram.
Yep.
Obedience to authority.
No.
Anybody watch this? What everybody does. They don't want to think. They just want to be told what to do and think. But anyway,
this is some of the shit that I get. It's and immediately, this is what you have to sift through with these fucking retards too. Is look, they're sending graphs and shit. This is their proof of stuff. This is their proof of shit right here. This is their proof. Look at this.
Sending a chalkboard, wasn't that black lady?
I mean, what is this? And you have to filter through all these other. Oh, he just doesn't know science. It's fucking. And my God, they are the worst at insults. They are the worst. And I mean, you can tell that these are all nerds that haven't had pussy since it dropped down. I swear. It's like I was looking at it, and what happens when you stop talking to them is they start stroking each other's balls and talking about dumb shit that nobody could care about, right?
Well, it's because they're obsessed with balls.
They are. It's like they're constantly. The one guy's on there, and he says, "Oh, I collect insects too," and I was like, "Oh, I bet that guy gets all the fucking chicks," You want to come over and see my bug collection?
Well, see, I postulate that they're actually the type of people that played D&D when they were kids, right? So they live in a realm of fantasy, right? And then they grow up and they enjoy Star Trek and Star Wars. And I'll say, well, you know, and they say that Star Trek was based on stuff that's theoretically possible or whatever, right? But at the end of the day, this is the thing, is so they're conditioned by these different fantasy type ideas, which were all put out there intentionally to make them susceptible to the idea of the globe. You know what I mean? And then all you have to do is show them some fucking charts and maths and graphs and fucking D&D Dungeon Master, whatever says. You know, Neil deGrasse Tyson is the Dungeon Master. He says, you are now on a globe and you have to defeat their, however that shit. I never played that, but you know what I'm saying?
Now here's the thing. I did play Dungeons and Dragons, but I knew that it wasn't real. You understand? I understood that it wasn't real. I understood the concept behind the game, that you were, it's thought experiments basically, and the tools are the fantasy weapons and whatnot, right? But it isn't very much different. When you start thinking it's real, then you've got fucking problems.
Well, that started the satanic panic of the 80s, didn't it?
Yeah, well, it wasn't the one, it didn't just start it, but listen, there again, and what you're going to find, just like with the McCarthy, right? Everybody goes, oh, the McCarthyism, no, McCarthy this and McCarthy that. And now we find out that McCarthy was 100% fucking right.
And poisoned in the hospital, yes.
So the
100%.
satanic panic, they turned it into that, but as we're finding out, what they were talking about was real going on. And I do believe that does probably play into it to a degree, because it does use actual spells and shit like that in the game. But there again, anybody that understands magic knows that intent is a big part of it. And without that, it's really kind of useless. It's like you can recite a prayer, but unless you're actually feeling the prayer, it's not any more than just, you might as well sing the ABC song, you know?
Also proper pronunciation, but yeah.
Yeah, it's different shit, see? He said, guys, this is that the fucking atmosphere is contained, just not physically. So
okay.
Show me a fucking non-physical containment of a pressurized gas. I'll wait.
Yeah, show me a repeatable experiment.
That's all you need. It's so simple. All these idiots go, oh, pick up a book. And it's like, why don't you, have some real life world experience,
Right. Choose your books more wisely.
It's like when I say it has to be contained, they say, well, where's your container? I said, I don't know, somewhere above us. Well, oh, you can't give me a number, then it doesn't exist. I know it has to exist. Well, where's your proof? Well, you have air to breathe, right? There it is. You have gas pressure. There it is.
I sent Michelle a meme earlier that says it was a librarian picking a math book, right, out of the fiction section. She goes, who put mathematics in the fiction section, right? It's supposed to be a joke, like, fucking math. I can't figure that out, right? And that's initially the joke I got. I sent it to her. I was like, that's funny, people have trouble with math or whatever. But then I started thinking about it. I'm like, shit, it is. There's a lot of math that's fiction. A ton of it.
I don't know if you guys can see this retarded tweet on here. The guy says, the atmosphere is warmer at ground level than at the top of Everest.
No, you gotta hit Control Plus several times for that to be visible, because it looks, there's no even slight way somebody could read that. Keep going.
Can't read that one?
Not on my screen. I'm on the laptop too.
This one right here. The atmosphere is warmer at ground level than at the top of Everest. The denser gas should be colder, yet it's warmer. Well, why would the denser gases be colder? Why would they? We know that heat transfer. See, these people don't understand fucking entropy for shit, right? So heat transfer requires molecules. Denser means that the molecules are closer together, so therefore they transfer heat much more efficiently than when they're further apart.
Yeah, they're vibrating at a higher frequency.
This is the kind of shit that I'm talking about, bro. Right there. That is the kind of shit.
It's terrible.
They just make some kind of a stupid fucking claim like that and expect that I'm supposed to address that with like I'm talking to somebody that's intelligent. You obviously doesn't understand entropy, does not understand how transfer of energy takes place at all.
See, people literally want you to do, and I even encounter this when I'm discussing law, right? Especially with Nick Volt is a prime example. You want me to do all of your thinking for you. You want me to take the years of research that I've done and distill this into some kind of nectar for you to absorb in 5 minutes, you retard. There, I use the word retard, right? That's what they want. They want you to, you have walls of programming that take literally years to overcome. Do you know what I mean? It's true, even for people waking up to it. Even when people go, okay, yes, it's flat. They're not fighting. What they're fighting is not facts. It's programming.
It is.
It's programming.
Absolutely is.
It's like layer after layer after. How many times have you heard, I don't care. I don't want to talk about it. I just want to live and be happy. What can I do about it anyway? How many times have you heard that in your life? If I had a nickel for every time I've heard that, I'd be a millionaire.
Fiction-assisted math. I love it.
It is fiction. That's when you start entering algebra. We're going to get this assumed variable, and then everything else is going to be concrete, right? And it's going to be an assigned value. But then we're going to get this assumed variable that could be its x, and it could be fucking whatever on either end of the spectrum, positive or negative. We don't know because it's assumed, right? But if we assume it's this,
right,
then it makes our calculation work out perfectly.
Right. Especially when we work it back from an assumed fucking conclusion.
Yeah,
especially when we work it backwards.
Yeah, we're going to work it backwards from what we know without any evidence whatsoever. Yes.
That's exactly what they do. Exactly. And these retards fucking eat that up. They eat that up. That's why people like Red's rhetoric. I have these people, you'll notice that Red and them don't fucking comment at all. Right? Because if they do, it's like once and I shut them right the fuck down. But, their fan base is all, they're total sycophants for these two retards.
See, but instead of being like, you know what? Wow, I actually don't have anything for that. Maybe I should look into it. No, their pride and their ego is hurt. Yep. And they go, well, I don't have anything to say, but he's fucking stupid.
Well, that's because they come off right off the bat with hubris. So, of course, their ego's going to kick in. They mouthed off and then got shown that they were a dickwad, and they can't accept that. You know, and this
they think you're a caveman. That's what they think. They're all flat earth. He's a caveman. He must be prehistoric. He has no idea of science. Doesn't he know all the wondrous things science have done for us?
This guy says, show me a pressurized propane tank with a very low pressure at one end and a full pressure at the other. Sure, any fucking propane tank you want. Any fucking propane tank you want. It's got a gradient in there, baby. It's got a gradient in there. What's in the bottom? How do you tell if a propane tank has liquid propane in it? How do you tell?
Right, because it's the most dense.
Well, if you have an overall propane tank pressure, right? But inside that pressure, that overall pressure is a gradient of pressure, and at the bottom of that tank is the more pressure in the form of liquid. Okay,
right.
So
it's the most dense.
Yeah. Right. So it's more dense, and then there's a much less pressure above that. But the overall pressure of that tank is read from outside of the tank, not within the tank. Okay.
Right.
Once we breach containment, the equalization process does not give a shit about the gradient or any other thing because it happens violently and quickly. Okay. Leaves that pressurized tank, pressurized, in an attempt to fill the empty space and equalize with the surrounding pressure. There is no getting around it, ever.
Absolutely. Well, it's the same thing with gasoline. People, well, I mean, not in the sense you're talking about, but it's the fact that that's how propane works. It's actually the fumes of the liquid that's flammable, right? And what happens with propane is when it's exposed to the outside pressure, it turns to gas.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Right. So it can only maintain a liquid state within that container.
Right,
because as the propane is let out, right, the liquid propane becomes gas to fill that space.
Yep.
Until it's empty. It's simple.
Yep. And the reason it's gas is because the molecules are pressed due to pressure, right?
Right.
They're pressed together, so it became more dense, and it condensed. The gas condensed into a liquid. Break the word down, condense.
Well, yeah, that's all you have to do. It's pretty simple, actually. The language is simple that way. You know, most people just get lost in the concepts they're told to think about a word. You know what I mean? Like, oh, this word means this, you know? Like contract, you know? It's a joining together to form a new path. It's a different path than the one either of you were on by coming together. Con means join, tract means path.
Yep. Well, here's the one that gets me about it too, is like they'll say, well, you know, and I'm like, okay, so your gas giant planets could never exist in a vacuum. They would never have formed in a vacuum to begin with. I said, secondly, how do you know that it's a gas planet? And you know what their answer, of course, is? Spectroscopy or some shit like that, right? And basically what that is I guess they have a magical telescope that they can look at things that are 385 million miles away. They can look at it with a magic telescope, and that thing will tell them all the gases that thing is made up of. Now, how does it know that those are gases and not solids or plasmas? How does it know any of that? It doesn't. There's no magical fucking telescope that tells you what shit is made out of, man. That's stupid.
No, what you have is a small group of smart people and a large group of stupid people. And the small group of smart people realized they could tell the large group of stupid people anything that they just barely understand. And because the large group of stupid people are stupid primarily, not always, but primarily because they're lazy, that they're not going to look into it. And if you're presented with any kind of credential authority whatsoever, they're just going to let you do the thinking. And they figured this out literally centuries, maybe even millennia ago. You know what I mean? That's what it is.
Well, they think these words are supposed to, impress you or something. Like, what's that one? Astrometry.
Astrometry. Right? Yeah, that was so stupid. Yeah.
And so I'm asking the dude, I'm like, how the fuck did you measure the stars? And he said, by measuring the stars. Only instead of saying it that way, he said astrometry, which means measuring the stars.
Well, he didn't expect you to ask because there was, you know what I'm saying, there's a word that's not used in our common lexicon, right?
Like dropity?
Or like dropity, yeah. Or for simulate.
Right.
Yes, for simulating and stuff, yeah. God, yeah. That guy right there. What's his name? Xerxes or whatever? What the hell's his name?
Oh, I don't know. I call him Bubblegum Boy because it looks like the ingredients to Wrigley's gum or something.
I don't even think he's a human. He's almost like an automaton that can only like process certain types of information. I don't know. You've got to I don't even understand how you would have to feed information to that person.
I had a friend come over yesterday? A friend of mine come over. And he says, man, I caught your show and had that guy out there with that fucking robot penguin. What the fuck is up with that dumbass, man?
He's dumb. I was just asking him a simple question. Do you believe Earth is? Well, it's, what did he say? What was it? Neutral Earth. What the fuck does that mean? Neutral Earth. It means it's only what I can experience around me. Explain that. You know what I mean? Well, and then he'd flip it around.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Just
and he'd ask me, I said, no, fucking answer the question. What do you think? Like, so listen, there's people existing outside of your like field of sensory perception. Okay. There are. All right. Because they're creating content. They're creating things all the time that you end up experiencing. And these are real people. You can go, this is not a, so like either you subscribe to solipsism, which I should have asked him. I didn't think about that. Solipsism is where you think that you are the universe and everybody else is just some sort of fucking NPC that was placed in a program, like you're in some kind of hyperbaric chamber under mind control. That's what solipsism is. Do you know what I'm saying? Like you don't even realize you're immersed in a VR simulation and you think you're the only real person. That's the impression he gave me.
Yeah. Yeah, I listen. I don't try to get to his whole goal is just to come on and try to derail and fucking just be a nuisance.
Yeah, you might be onto something with those penguins. I noticed the penguin in that one guy's fucking post, man. Maybe you're touching a nerve there.
Yeah, it's not just him either. There's another guy that I had on here, Conspiracy Smasher. So he came on here to debate. He was going to tell me how you measure the sun. And he got mad. He got mad too because I kept asking him where he was getting these fucking distances and shit from. And he was, oh, it is written, you know, like some kind of a fucking Egyptian priest or something. No, it is written in the sacred texts. Okay. You know, that was his answer to everything like that. And I'm like, dude, you're full of shit. He's got a penguin, a militarized penguin. I don't know. Yeah, there might be something to that, man.
First, yeah. Well, I mean, what he was talking about the neutral Earth type thing, where like the only thing that exists is what you perceive.
No, I was talking about the penguin thing.
Oh, the penguin. Yeah. No,
yeah.
I mean, yeah, I was being kind of funny, but also like semi serious.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There is some weird shit about that because like I've seen some other shit with militarized penguins and shit too.
Maybe it represents Antarctica.
Well, probably. I have no doubt, man. People think I'm kidding when I say that the fucking penguins are running the show, because it sounds so ridiculous. But I'm thinking more and more all the time that that's not a joke.
No, his goal was to detract. That's all he did was derail, and he didn't say anything about his own views. He only came on there to ask stupid fucking questions and then object with stupid answers. Yep. That were easily just, that's it. That's all he did. And it literally derailed the whole show. That's what happened. Yes, you're 100% right. And I literally, like you said, you think trolls are paid? Like my experience, why wouldn't you? If I ran an intelligence community and I was like trying to do that type of thing, like if you put yourself in the mind of the enemy, I'd 100% do that. Why would you not? Like shit, you could get fucking nerds in their fucking mother's basement to do shit for $200 a month. You know what I mean?
I know.
Like seriously, you could like just be like, hey, here's the extra $200 a month. Just go on here 2 days a week and fucking derail whatever this shit and never say anything to anybody or will kill you.
Right, like that like 40 ounce J. That character, he's was saying that Brian's a Mossad agent. He said Brian Stabley was a Mossad agent. Then you got Liquor Store Santa Claus. That guy, have you watched any of his shit?
What the fuck does Liquor Store Santa Claus even mean?
I don't know.
It sounds on the verge of being clever, but not quite.
I don't know. I think it's pretty good. Brian came up with it. It kind of describes, have you ever seen the drunk Santa Claus at the liquor store? Might not have them as much anymore. Back when it was a little less.
Okay. It's a dated reference. I get it.
Yeah, when it was usually people that dressed up like Santa Claus were usually drunks and shit like that.
And see, I thought that was the name he went by. If that's an insult, it's actually hilarious. But
yeah, no, it's he goes. His name's about 500 characters long. It's Jurassic, liars, Elvis, COVID, some bullshit. Something about Trump's going to get a head wound in Seattle in June of next year, and Elvis is going to come back or some shit. And I don't know, man. The guy's crazy as shit, and then wants to say that the people that think the Mandela effect's real are fucking retarded. Really,
But
dude?
you're say all that shit. Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
right,
No,
right.
man. Okay. That makes sense. I actually had somebody comment on my last video that says, well, I disagree with you guys about the Mandela effect. And like immediately came to mind the verse about the lion and the lamb, because there's literally ministries and products and everything. You know what I mean? Like that's like residual that you cannot overcome. You know what I mean? Because you got existing like businesses and nonprofit organizations that have that name. Where did they come up with that shit? Why wouldn't they just say wolf and lamb? Right?
Dude, I've seen tombstones for people's children that have a lion and the lamb on top of the tombstone, and the thing that said, and even inscribed with Isaiah 11:6.
See, but the way I deal with people like that is because I don't really waste my time like that with stuff. You know, I just go, hey, the diversity of perspectives is one of the greatest spices of life. So awesome. Cool. I'm glad you disagree. Thanks for liking everything else. Awesome. You know what I mean? Like, whatever, dude. You obviously don't read your Bible very much, And
that's just it too, because like what Brian does, he's gone out and he's actually talked to people that are in ministries, clergy, and even like Jehovah's Witnesses and shit, and nailed him on like every one of those. And then the thing goes like this is what gets me. Well, what difference does it make if it's a wolf or a lion? Motherfucker, it changed supernaturally. That's what the fuck that's what's amazing.
See,
not what it changed to.
I never disagree with you on that. That's the whole point. It's like the message is still the same, but it fucking changed. Did somebody sneak into your house in the middle of the night, right? Did somebody sneak into your house in the middle of the night?
Mandela burglar.
Yeah, switch your Bible out. The fuck you mean? It's changing. You can't deny that. You know what I mean? It changed.
But not just me, everybody. They did this to everybody. There's like an army of Mandela burglars that must be going up. It was cat-like fucking precision, avoiding detection by security cameras and ring doorbells and all that shit, man. These guys are good. I mean, you would have to believe that, because it's like, what other explanation can there be? And because the first thing people jump to is, companies change their names all the time. Well, okay, let's go back and see, when did they change their name? Oh, wow, isn't that wild? They never did. Isn't that crazy? It's always been this. Now, what do you do with that? Right? Or you got your copy of the King James Bible, and you've got certain passages highlighted that are important to you, and you've read them 100 times, and you go back and look, and shit has changed, man. It's like,
so for me personally, here's the reason why I know, like especially the wineskin thing. I know that for a fact, right? And this is why I know that, is because there was a time where I literally forced myself. There's a time where I was unreceptive to the word, right? Long time ago, fortunately for me, and I'm a totally different person, but I forced myself to I was like, I know there's a message in this. It just wouldn't be what it is if there wasn't one, right? I forced myself. I would read through just the Gospels, because I was of the belief, I'm not a Paulinian, if you want to use that. They could be. So like the rest of the New Testament, most of the New Testament is written by St. Paul. Okay.
Paulist.
Yeah, Paulist. There we go. Paulist. I'm not that guy. Like, I recognize that. I'm like, wait a minute, you didn't even meet Jesus. Okay. And then all of a sudden, after he died, you spent your whole life persecuting Christians until Jesus died. Then after Jesus died, and you're a Roman citizen, right? And then after Jesus died, all of a sudden you're struck blind without any witnesses. You're struck blind on the road to Damascus, right? And you have this vision, and then your sight's restored, and then you're supposed to bring the word to the Gentiles. Okay.
Well, that vision must have been finding out that there's power in controlling the opposition.
Right. So that's exact. Yes. All right. So there we go. We're on the same page, right? And so I just specifically read the Gospels, and like it took a while to sink in. I'd have to read them and reread them, and like I'd find my eyes glossing over because of the words that were used and the terms. And I was like 21 at the time, so I really, you know what I mean? Like I'm just rereading, and then I ended up memorizing a lot of it because of rereading it over and over again. You know what I'm saying? And that is definitely completely different. There's no fucking question about that at all. And then you can just go by the context of a lot of other stuff. You know, you have the lion and the lamb. It's always been the lion and the lamb. There's no question about that. And then not just, but what struck me is when the Bible changed, right? The Bible, when the Bible changed, like that is, I do know now 100% for a fact, it's an inspired word of God. And that's I don't believe it. I know it. And people can believe what they want. You can disagree with me. It's fine. But when that changed, it's significant. Okay. So whatever's going on is not just supernatural. It's supernatural of the highest order. You know what I mean? Like of the highest order.
Yeah. Well, this is just what gets you too, is that even though this is actually prophesized in the Bible, in Daniel, Amos, and in what the fuck here? Am I froze up or something?
No, you're good.
No, okay, everything's good. All right. So it's prophesized that this is actually going to happen. And and people are, this can't change because this is the word of God. No, it's the inspired word of God. It was still written by men. Okay. And so that's where you got to get over that. There's people that are worshiping a book, or rather, I should say a collection of books, over God himself. Okay. Because it's like, this is why they go so specific with which kind of Bible. Like that liquor store Santa, he's got the new King James version, which is
no, that's yeah. So any new translations, anything like that, never, ever. No way.
Now, see, my Jehovah's Witness Bible, the New World Translation, still says wineskins in it. However, all of the King James have changed to bottles. And see, the thing is, it's almost like it's like a move to contemporary of at least the time when the King James was written, because now we have incidences of damsels and dukes. We have dukes in there now. We have damsels, shit that we didn't have before, in the lexicon that would go along with the prescribed times that setting of these scriptures. You see, so that's kind of interesting in a way. Also, the addition of the word matrix, which is appearing several times now throughout the King James Bible. It's really kind of, what are they doing? Or they? There again, I go with the they. Who is they? Right?
Well, I can explain who they are to a certain degree, right? So they are not the government.
No.
Okay. And they are not even the corporate oligarchs. They are unseen forces that obviously orchestrate and control the entire system. And what I said, I can prove this, and I will right now. When in the entire,
go ahead and do that. I'm going to go off camera real quick, but just go ahead. I'll be right back.
All right. So when in the entirety of history, have you ever seen every single nation, specifically developed nations, but almost every single nation anyways, developed or not, act in unison and lockstep towards a certain goal? When else in history have you ever seen that? All instituting the same measures, and I'm not going to say why because we're on YouTube, but all instituting the same measures, and the only difference is the variation of degree based on where it's being instituted and implemented, right? That's how you know. That's how you know there's a central brain. There's no question. It's just critical thinking, common sense. Look at it. Like 6 feet? Based on what? Based on what? Right? The terms that are being used in every language being the same, just in different languages, right? And the measures being taken in all of the media saying the same thing at the same time. Listen, mankind historically has never been able to agree on anything. Okay, yet they're all able to agree on this. Now, if you want to say that's a corporate oligarchy, you would be right, because it is. It's the international corporate powers. Okay, people that have Walmart has a greater GDP than many developed nations combined. I forget which ones, but literally Walmart might as well be a powerful nation itself. Okay, so you got owners of Walmart, even though it's in a corporate fashion, board of directors and trust estate, whatever, right? It's still all the same thing. So yes, you're right when you say international corporate oligarchy, but what gave them the knowledge to be able to do this? No human could conceive of this. Not a single human in the world, because if they could, they would have already.
Right.
Okay. Period. That's how you know. That's how you know. So we don't know who maybe they's the fucking aliens they just said existed, right? Except for we know there's not aliens. And then you got the lady that freaked out on the plane, right? She disappeared. Did you guys know that? Did you know that
she just recently recently surfaced.
When was this?
I just saw a video with her on Michael Knowles' channel, I think.
See, and I'm inclined to think that's the same way that Jamie Foxx resurfaced.
Yeah, a different guy all of a sudden.
Right. I seen somebody put Jamie Foxx video in a deep fake detector, because they have those now.
Oh, yeah.
It was like 96%. That's not, dude, are you kidding me right now?
Yeah, I saw that. I saw where they did that, and it's like, yeah, dude, they didn't even get the color right. His head shape different. He's a different dude altogether, man.
That's because that was AI's projection of him, because it still can't get certain things that make us in the divine image right. It took a long time, and I still don't know if AI can do it right now to get our hands.
They would have been better off to just do a straight up deep fake.
I think
you know what I'm saying, because they can do that without that much difference in the person that they're trying to deep fake at all. I mean, these deep fakes look exactly like the person that they're doing. That right there looked like two different dudes. That looked like some kind of a knockoff fucking Jamie Foxx impersonator. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's because the computer generated deep fake would be more difficult to detect.
What's he got? Villa Lago now too, or something?
Or I mean, easier to detect, and that the deep fake that they did would be more difficult, but somebody still figured it out. And anybody can just look at Dave Chappelle, dude. If you tell me that the Dave Chappelle, even though he's still funny as fuck, he's like 6 shades darker.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And just totally different. Doesn't even sound the same. Right? So we got to look at this. They wanted him to have dudes wearing dresses on his show and all this shit, right?
Yeah.
He's got pride for his people, like we should have pride for ours. And if you're not mine people, then you should still have pride for yours, and we should all coexist, right? And here's the thing: is he disappears, goes on some sort of hiatus to Africa, right? Just completely drops off the map. They offer him $50 million, and he turns it down. Can you imagine what kind of strength of character you have to turn down $50 million?
Yeah, that's a lot, man.
That's a fucking lot, man. You're like multiple generations. Actually, if invested wisely, your family would never have to work again. Like as manual labor, any kind of like peasant servitude. You'll be a ruler, $50 million. Are you kidding me? Turned it down. He said, no, I'm not going to do that. Then all of a sudden he disappears, goes to Africa, right? And then nobody hears from him for a long time. And then when he comes back, he's like 6 shades darker, has a different voice. He doesn't look the same to me at all.
No.
Not even slightly. Right? And if you guys think that they cannot do that, just know that they had virtual reality in the 50s. They did.
Well, I'll tell you something. I know that they've had some pretty heavy duty stuff, as you know, like that for over the years. And I fixed my speaker problem. God damn it. Aha. No more headphones for me. Now my ears feel cold.
Yeah, but you don't look as cool. You don't look like a YouTube podcaster.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to not, I don't want to fit in that category. So anyway, you know, I went to Walt Disney World in 1977. Okay. And I was there. Hang on.
Changed his physical appearance, Catch? No way.
Who did?
Catch said maybe the influence changed him. No, maybe cloning changed him.
So anyway, they had this was remarkable. In 1977, I went to Disney World and they had this haunted mansion was one of the things there. And there were like straight up fucking ghosts, man. 3-dimensional holographic fucking ghosts. And it was so real looking. And it was like, how in the fuck are they doing that? And that was in 1977. I can only imagine the advancements that have been made in that period of time now. Is that like 40 years? You know, 45 years?
We've seen some of those advancements in September of 2001.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Think the only people that got to see those nifty holograms were they weren't even holograms, they were just CGI imposed on the TV, man.
That's it. That's all they were. In one country, which one was it? Forgot to
Iran.
Yes, Iran forgot to. It wasn't with the program, so they just showed, you know, explosions or whatever, right? So, and then you got people jumping out of the building, so it just stopped from being microwaved, because to jump out and fall to your death was better than being microwaved to death. So that's the thing.
And then they showed these Palestinians, right? And they said, look at them all happy and cheering and shit about the Twin Towers coming down.
Yeah,
they didn't even know. They gave them candy. They gave those people candy that it was a birthday or something, man. And they didn't even have fucking TV sets. They didn't know what had happened even, man.
I was going to say, technically the other ones would be Palestinians. And yes, they were cheering and actually got arrested and then let go.
You mean the Khazar guys?
Yeah.
The Khazars, yes.
Yeah, they did. And there was an officer. I wonder if he's even still with us these days. What the hell was some Mexican guy? He came out. He was like, listen, I was a part of that. And I arrested. He was the one who arrested him. He went on interviews and everything. I can't remember his name. He's Mex, like Diaz or something. And yeah, he said that. They just let him go. They sent him back home. Mm-hmm. Didn't investigate. Well, and another amazing thing, right, while we're on the subject, is the fact that the Bush family and the intelligence agency went around and evacuated every single bin Laden in the country and sent them back to their homeland. Yeah, right before an investigation could be conducted. It seems counterproductive to an investigation into the most dastardly terrorist in history, right? Recent history, anyway. But anyway, yeah, CGI and Mountain Dew is what did that. Right?
Dude, just the shit that and you know, this is now, here we're coming up on 22 years next month when we said never forget. Most people have forgot. A lot of people weren't even around when it took place. It's just a thing that happened in history that they've heard about.
You got to think, if they can do so, like, and it just made me think of this. Pushing Buttons over there said, I do wonder if Jimi Hendrix is Morgan Freeman. It's almost like they've got to have a genetic database. And I'm telling you, so the thought occurred to me, right? And it's probably crazy as shit, but we're on this channel right now, so we can talk about some just interesting theories, right? Is that maybe we're not when we think we are.
Oh, I know we aren't.
Yeah, maybe we're way in the future, and that this society has been engineered to resemble a place a long time ago. Well, you just think about the orphan trains, right?
Yeah.
Think about that. Where
Well,
did they
if anything, we're in the past, because we already know that they added like a little over 1,000 years to our timeline, man.
see? But I disagree. I think this technology that they have, right, has maybe we're inside of some kind of AI algorithm that has already long existed, and it just keeps resurrecting itself inside of this matrix that's created. You see what I'm saying? Sort of like harvesting.
Push buttons. I got a good place to start with that. With Jimi Hendrix's Morgan Freeman. I'd heard that too. Is Morgan Freeman left-handed? That would be an interesting thing too. That would not necessarily be proof, but it would definitely give a little more credibility to it. You know?
Yeah, no, you could never prove it, but they're just interesting thoughts. And Catch, to answer your question, it was a fisheye lens, and I actually showed that to several people. Like, you just wait till he turns upside down, and all of a sudden the horizon curves upward.
Yeah. Well, who was asking what?
Catch 22.
Yeah, how they show the flat on that red bull jump. Yeah, well, if you look at when they showed him getting out of the little capsule too, if you look out the door, you see a flat horizon as well. They used a GoPro camera, which has a heavy-duty wide-angle fisheye lens on it. And like Ryan was saying, when he inverts, you see that the Earth goes from convex to flat to concave, and then back to flat, then back to convex.
I actually had a debate with somebody on a Flat Earth Facebook page. I was just, it's fun to do when you're bored because they're so easy to crush. And then, he's like, what about Felix Baumgartner? I was like, okay, hold on. I went to the video on YouTube, paused it when he turned upside down, screenshot it, and posted it on that Facebook page, and he shut the fuck up.
You have no choice but to.
Right. What do you mean?
Besides that, if you look there, that he was over New Mexico, right? Look at that curvature. I want you to think about where the fuck is the ocean? Is he over planet New Mexico?
Right. It's pretty much like New Mexico was the size of Australia. Or no, New Mexico was like the size of Asia, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bigger. See, none of their shit works out. Like, they'll show you these pictures of the Earth from space, supposedly, and here you see like Africa, right? A great big old Africa on there and shit, right? And I'm supposed to believe that all the rest of the land masses of the world are hidden on the other side of that fucking ball.
Well, see, that's something else too. Actually, I wanted to run this by you, and I'm glad you brought that up. The size of the landmass, right? Because they say they show you Michigan on a map, right? Compared to Canada, stuff like that. And I could be wrong, 100%. I could be, and I'm willing to admit that if anybody's willing to correct me.
They show what now?
Michigan. They show you a certain size of Michigan comparable to other states, right? And remember the map that had Michigan with no Great Lakes?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Okay. So it takes fucking 9 hours to get from southeast Michigan. It'd probably take 10 or 11 hours to get from like the southern easternmost point of Michigan, okay, just to the Mackinac Bridge.
Yeah.
Okay. Think about that. In 10 hours, I could be at your house and eating dinner.
Yeah.
Think about that. Like, that thought occurred to me. I'm like, wait a minute. Holy shit.
All you got to really do is just take Michigan and pivot it using where southeast as your pivot point, and just swing it around and see where that lines up with where my house is and where the fucking Mackinac Bridge is. But yeah, Michigan's a long state, man.
It is, but the way they depict it, it's not much bigger than any other state.
Like going through Tennessee is a bitch. because it's like forever. It just seems like you're going forever and ever, always in Tennessee, because it's all long and skinny, right? Going east to west. Same thing with Virginia. I remember, man, I had to go down to Norfolk years back, and that was an all-day fucking affair just to go over to the east side of Virginia because of the length of the state, you know. And it's like that's nothing, and it's like going to a whole another foreign land going to that part of the state because it's the topography is not even close to what it is here.
What is the southernmost, like what's the southernmost Michigan city, you think? Like probably like Monroe is pretty close.
Well, just north of Toledo, really. That little jog in the bottom border of Michigan, the southern border of Michigan, that was due to a war between Michigan and Ohio, and they were fighting over who got to have Toledo.
Yeah, I did know that.
There right was there on the border, yeah.
There was a war, yeah, and actually they don't ever talk about how Michigan and Ohio went to war, and they also don't talk about how Michigan and Canada went to war either. And actually, Canada,
it's the whole reason for the big rivalry between U of M and Ohio State. The contention of that goes all the way back to that war.
Well, why wouldn't they foster that? That makes the most sense.
Yeah, I mean that's why they're the rivals with each other and shit. I've always
wondered.
Well,
what do you think?
I was wondering that, and I was like, oh, no, that makes sense.
I'm like you. I detest sports for the most part, except for UFC, which I'll occasionally indulge in just because it's.
I don't like to.
I don't know. People, it's just kind of like the brutal human part of you.
Yeah, I don't like to watch that shit. People beating on each other.
Yeah, I know. But with the exception of that, I despise sports, right? But at the same time, I don't root for one fight or the other. I just like to see the same reason people watch kung fu movies. You know what I mean? Do you like kung fu movies?
Oh, yeah,
and you like fucking UFC?
Well, I like the kung fu movies because I like to dub in my own fucking dialogue.
I like to watch like Bruce Lee and stuff, right? So when you think about this, right, the whole reason that they have sports is to foster division. I mean, these people, when you say fan, what is fan short for?
Fanatic.
Yes, fucking fanatics, and that's exactly what they are. They will beat each other to death. I'm not even exaggerating. If there's any sports
to the high caliber intelligence of the players, that's the ones that get me. Well, Tyrone, what could he have done? Well, we sported really good out there today. I want to thank all my colleagues for sporting real good with me and everything. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, what are you going to do so that you can win the next game? Well, I think that we're going to try to sport harder is what we're going to do. And, my colleagues will sport harder. And, yeah. Okay, thank you, Tyrone. And it's like, that was just a waste of fucking air. What did he just say?
Yeah, absolutely nothing. Catch actually asked why and how did they give us the flat shot?
Who said what now? Where?
Catch 22 asked why and how did they give us the flat shot on the Red Bull jump? And I would say that it's because
they didn't use the distorted lens. That's how.
Right, because one was from the actual camera that was filming him jump out, and then one was from his camera.
Right. There was another external camera, I guess, hooked to the capsule that filmed back at the capsule, but that also was a GoPro style camera as well. So, unless you think that the Earth is so small that New Mexico takes up over a quarter of its spherosity, I mean, that's the only thing I could think he'd have to do.
I don't think that Cat does. I think he's just asking for reference. People like that have ammunition. And so here's the interesting thing. I just map quested from fucking Monroe to or not MapQuest. Nobody uses that anymore. Apple Maps. Mackinac City from Monroe, Michigan, and now it's saying only takes 4 hours to get from the southernmost part of Michigan to the northernmost part of the mitten. I don't think that's absolutely correct, but
No, I don't either. I've gone up to Mackinac before.
It says 4 hours and 26 minutes. So I could be wrong. Like I said, maybe it is. That's why I said, correct me if I'm wrong. But as far as Felix Baumgartner is concerned, that shit 100% is you can see it becomes convex 100% or concave. Convex, it's concave.
And as far as rotation of the Earth, he landed like 40 miles east of where he took off from. How the fuck does that happen? Right?
That's a good point. Yeah. A halo jump like that? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. No spin of the Earth. So Felix Baumgartner didn't have to take the Coriolis effect into account, but I'm supposed to have to do that with a bullet? What?
I just don't buy that shit. I don't buy that shit because from where I'm at, I don't buy that Apple Maps thing, because from where I'm at to get to Muskegon, which like geographically I'm looking at it right now, it's got my location, and Muskegon takes 2 hours. And
no.
Yeah, and from Monroe, which is
Brian said that Santa's melting down.
Who's
Go
Santa?
Ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, from what I'm looking at from fucking Monroe, south of Detroit, to get to Mackinac is at least, let's see, if I do like distance with my fingers, let's see, like this, and we go like that, we go like that. Well, could be. All right, could be. I'll buy it. Anyway, though, yeah, it could be. It could be. It could be. I don't buy it, though. I don't think. Has it ever taken you 4.5 hours to get to Mackinac?
I don't know. I was going to look that up on my phone. I don't know what I do with my phone. I was just I put on Jurassic Liar. We're going to see what he's got. Brian said he's freaking the fuck out about something. So I want to go. Let's see, maps, right? I'm going to use my map. Google.
Hold on, catch. They let us see it because most people will never see it. You see what you want to see, or you see what your beliefs, like you project your beliefs on everything around you. So when people believe that there's a curve, that's all they're going to see. They're going to attribute a flatness to like some sort of technical error. Yes, it is.
So we're going to go from where are we going? We're going to go from where? Detroit or where?
You go from the southernmost part of the state. I said Monroe, but there might be
Monroe's good.
Yeah. Let's see here. So
Michigan.
It's not that they're probably not paying attention. They just, how do they let bubbles come out of their fucking helmets when they're on the spacewalk?
Damn it, it won't let me do this.
They just know that most people are not they're going to attribute it to some sort of illusion. It's mind control is what it is. 100%. It's mind control. They're like, well, nobody's going to notice that, so don't care.
All right.
But for me, the flat shot is not even the most important one. What it is what most people do is say you can see the curvature of the Earth that was the whole point of the jump.
Yeah, it says 318 miles, 4 hours and 34 minutes. Yeah. I think maybe you thought Michigan was bigger than it is.
Maybe I did.
It's boring. It's a boring state.
It's not boring. It's actually cool. You just got to get outside of the cities.
Yeah. That's some beautiful stuff in Michigan to see. But around the cities is horrible. Well, that's anywhere in the United States too.
Oh, dude, we've got 2 out of 3 of the worst cities in the country.
Flint and Detroit.
Yes. You know what the third one is?
Pontiac.
Chicago.
Oh, I would say Pontiac would be up there with Flint and Detroit, easy.
Chicago's not actually that bad. It's contained by Oakland County. Oakland County is fascist shit. So they pretty much keep all the riffraff into the anus of Pontiac of Oakland County. So.
Well, yeah, Chicago's really bad. Now they're having a rough time because now they got all these immigrants that they're pouring over the border, and that governor down in Texas is putting them on buses and sending them to these fucking sanctuary cities.
Even worse than that, they're shutting down and quarantining off hotels. I've watched videos of where a dude walks in. Where are you coming from? Ecuador, Nicaragua, Venezuela, right? Again, like that, and they're like, you're not allowed to be here. Why am I not allowed to be here? And they can't answer. Why am I not allowed to be here? Where are you coming from? He just keeps interviewing people who's, they don't speak English or nothing. He's like, where are you coming from? Why are you in this hotel? It's a nice hotel. And in Chicago, right? And they're like, why isn't the mayor telling people that all these people are holed up in this hotel that don't speak English? And it's a big ass hotel. I forget what it is, but I could probably pull it up on my phone in a minute. But, and they're just, why they're doing that, right?
Well, yeah. I saw a guy going around asking people that are supporting these immigrants coming in, and they're saying, would you be willing to offer them, some of them, a place to live? Could one of them crash with you or something? Oh, I would, but I rent, or, oh, I don't have the room, blah, blah. Everybody had a fucking excuse, but they want somebody else to have to take them in. See,
all of those Hispanic, like the Latino, whatever you want to call them, immigrants coming from South America, right, and Central America, they're just a cover for the real danger. So this is what I postulate. I think that China, because there's busloads of just military-aged men from China, no families, nothing, busloads. Literally, could look this up right now. Busloads of them coming in over the border. Yeah. There's many videos of people recording this, right? And they're just military-aged men. And what they're doing is they're getting off the bus, and they hand them a court date and say, "Hey, appear at this court date. Here you go," and letting them in. Yep. This is their fail-safe, because you know what's going to happen. So the indictment of Trump is going to go one of two ways, right? It's going to go one of two ways. Either this, they're going to allow him to prove that the election was stolen, put whatever faith in that you might. I personally have hopium for it, and I'll admit that, because I don't want to see the country torn apart. Now, the other way it's going to go, because that they just indicted him this morning, right, for the fourth time.
Again.
Yeah, they indicted him for the fourth time this morning. Yes, they did. And you know what they indicted him on?
I forget.
RICO.
Oh, no.
And they indicted Rudy Giuliani and several other people. Yes, they did. And they're trying to say that he tried to overturn the 2020 election using RICO, right, by claiming that the election was stolen and it's fraudulent, right? So this is going to be the crux of the whole thing. Either he's going to be able to prove that it was stolen, which isn't very hard if you see what happened in Detroit. Like,
damn, no, it's not. I watched it and it fucking happened. I was laughing my ass off.
Right, I watched it happen also. Everybody watched it happen, right? Or they're not going to listen, and there's going to be a bunch of conservative Republicans with many big guns, right? Because you realize that us truthers most closely align the political demographic of conservative Republicans. I don't know if people realize that or not, but we do. We are just a step up from that, just a little bit, right? Or a lot of it, however, wherever you fall on the spectrum. But if you understand the dichotomy of the two-party system, then you're above the conservative Republican. But most conservative Republicans have many big guns and lots of ammunition. So if they try to send Trump to prison for life, right, what's going to happen is there's going to be a serious situation, however that unfolds. And so all these immigrants are their fail-safe. I postulate that they're keeping the Chinese immigrants' families hostage. That's why only military-aged men came over here, right, without their families. Well, they have families. They were born from somebody. They probably have siblings, right? Well, they're all still over in China. And they're going to awaken sleeper cells. And that's how that's going to end. And then, but it's going to be beautiful because of this.
If I start noticing an influx of young Asian men in my community, which I'm not seeing that yet so far, we only got that one little family that runs the Chinese food carryout place up the road.
Well, it's not just China; it's communist countries. So, like you said, McCarthy was right.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. If I was Trump and the motherfuckers charged me with RICO, I would charge them back with RICO Suave. That's what I would do. I go, fuck you. I'm charging you back. That's what I'm going to do.
I think they're just kind of leaving our hands because that's how everything works anyway. It's just all kind of they present a few options and then they let us take the one that
it's bait. Want. It's just bait, all hooked to the same trap. Doesn't matter. No, I'll tell you what's going to go down. Everybody's going to say, oh, here comes Trump. He's a big fucking hero. And then he's going to slide all kinds of shit by you that's going to fuck you up, bro. Because I'll tell you what, he's all American boy. This is the thing I noticed about him with the last one. He's an all-American boy until he's got that fucking seat. And then he's Israel's bitch. True and true.
Well, there's something about that, man. So here's where you and I come into contention. We're not in any position to do anything about the banking system that is dug in deep like the worst tick that you could ever imagine into every nation on the planet. They've had over 100 years to do it.
Hitler did something about it. He did something about it real quick, and it showed real quick.
You think Hitler? You think Hitler worked? You think that's what? You don't think Hitler was one of them?
I'm saying that by getting rid of the central bank, Germany prospered. Now, what Hitler was or not, I don't know.
What he did was proper, and he's doing the same thing Trump's trying to do, and that's proper. Yeah, how that's supposed to work, right?
Right. That's the setup. That's the setup. Then they jerk the rug out from under you, just like they did to Germany twice. They did it.
So what I postulate is this: the Hunger Games. You ever seen the Hunger Games?
Oh yeah, man! I love that show.
You remember President Cohen at the end? Great President Cohen staged the fake terrorist attack to rally the people against the fucking Pan Am, and Katniss knew it, right? And what'd she do at the end of the whole series?
Oh, she shot that fucking president.
Oh yeah. Now I'm not saying that's what we should do or anything like that, but what I am saying is that
the tyrant dies, man.
Yeah, we allow one problem to take care of the other problem. Right? Just allow one problem to take care of the other problem, and then we'll take care of the problem. If there is one. Right?
Oh, we got a problem. Listen, nothing's going to change. And you know it. Everybody knows it until we shit can that fucking
shit's
thing.
About to change. Listen, shit's about to change real big right now. I'm trying to tell you, there's food shortages, and they're keeping it out of the media. Right now, there's this country, the place I just was living at, the mayor in that town, and this was a secluded country town, which I'm not going to disclose because I'm on the internet and whatever. But this quiet country town, that mayor, all the food's expired in there. Everything. The fucking meat, everything. Expired. Okay? Why would they be doing that? Look at the writings on the wall with what's going on right now. What's going on?
Yeah.
You got down in Texas is $5 a gallon. They just fucking burnt Hawaii to a crisp.
Yeah.
We're at war.
You doing shit like this too, man.
We're at war right now. So what's going to happen? We're in 2023. Okay, that shit they did during the pandemic is not sustainable. They shut down every business in the country, even the big.
That's what Frank Ballard, the president of the St. Louis Fed, said in March of 2020. He said this is a planned economic shutdown of the American. This is a planned shutdown of the American economy in the third quarter.
It's the world economy, though. So now, do you know why they focused on America? And this is stuff I talk about all the time. It's because every other currency is backed by our currency, and our currency is backed by oil. So what happens here detrimentally affects whether or not Britain's pound is worth more than ours and Canada's currency is worth more than ours. It doesn't matter. It's still based on ours. It's just higher in value. They still have to convert to the dollar to buy oil. That's the treaty. That's the agreement. Doesn't matter which one.
Yeah,
right?
A serious amount of former OPEC nations are pulling out of it.
Exactly. It's all by design. They're gonna collapse this economy by the end of this year. I'd be willing to bet anything.
Oh, I think it's already been done. We're just feeling the death throes of it now.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's going to come open. That's why they tested the alien thing to see if Project Bluebeam would be a good alternative.
That's what cracks me up. Nobody fucking cares.
Nobody gave a shit.
Nobody cares. Oh, look, there's aliens.
Like,
how about that?
Yeah, I can't fucking pay my rent or afford gas or buy food. Is the aliens going to help me do that? Are they?
Yeah,
Are
right.
They gonna do that? Yeah. Since they're here now, can I pay rent? No, then fuck off. I don't care. I already know they were here. You know what I mean? Everybody knows. Everybody already knows, except for, you know, the minority of dense people that, you know, we encounter every day with like globe shit or whatever. And even beyond that, even a lot of globe people know that what we consider aliens, which are not, but they claim to be, are here. And yeah, they tried that, didn't work, right? They're trying all sorts of different, now they're going to go to Plan C. Plan C is problem, reaction, solution within the country. That's why all these immigrants are coming in right now. It's obvious. It's obvious. Literally, Biden might as well be down there shaking the hand of every fucking immigrant coming across the border.
That motherfucker, he'd be turning the wrong way looking for somebody to shake hands with. Like, is he?
I don't believe that. I don't believe that man's stupid. That actor that's wearing that rubber mask, that's not Biden. I don't think he's stupid. I think
he couldn't break character for some immigrants. Come on, bro.
No, he's not going to break character, but I'm just saying I don't think he's stupid. I don't think he's stupid. It's always better to be seen incompetent instead of corrupt.
That's possible.
No, that's what's going on. There's no way.
But that's the whole thing, is that Joe Biden has always been seen as corrupt. And there's never been a change in that. I can remember back in the 80s what a corrupt ass son of a bitch he was, and people talking about it then. Also, the other times that he ran for president, got caught in his lies about being first in his class at fucking Harvard or some shit, and he went to
I remember
all that, right?
I seen that. This graduated top of my class.
Yeah, he's always been a piece of shit liar like that.
And then it was on the news because the media was somewhat honest back then. Like, no, actually, he was in the bottom of his class and he didn't even graduate. So.
But I agree. That motherfucker they showing up there is not Joe Biden.
Right. Which leads me to believe he's pretending incompetence, because even the old Joe Biden would say stupid, outlandish shit that was a lie, but he wasn't stupid. Ooh. This guy's a fucking.
Well, now these Q-tards are saying that that's because these people have been taken off and executed at Gitmo or some shit.
That's hopium.
Right. So where's the real Joe Biden then?
He died.
When and how? That's what I'm curious about.
I'm not saying he was executed. I'm just saying
he was executed.
He's old as shit and he probably died. You know what I'm saying? Like, he is old as fuck. Like, why do people forget that? Like, he's old. People die when they're old. That's what happens. You know what I mean? They're like, oh shit, what now? And they're like, well, it's okay. You know, we'll just
we die when we get old. Those motherfuckers seem to live up into their goddamn 90s and hundreds and shit.
Which is old, but they still die.
Way old, man.
Right. And they still die. And here's another option. Maybe he's just not even, he's like, I'm not that good of an actor to act that stupid. So why don't you have somebody look like me that goes up there and acts? You know what I mean? That's a possibility.
I don't know, man. It seems like it'd be easier to just use the real guy.
But we know we have to operate off the facts we know. And what do we know? We know
even if they just give him a script, he could still muddle his way through that. If this, you know.
So we have to operate off what we know. And what do you and I both know, and most other people, that dude is not Joe Biden.
That's exactly it. Now, I don't think half these people are who they say they are. man.
Well, whatever happened to Mitch McConnell?
I was just looking at this tweet that went by. It had a picture of Trump talking to these people, I guess somewhere Iowa or something like that. And I don't know. To me, it just didn't look right. It didn't look like him. Let's see if I can find it again.
Okay, while you're finding that catch, will they be cannon fodder? Here, I have the answer to that question, right? Something similar could be said about the people that fought the Revolutionary War. They were cannon fodder to a certain extent, except for not all of them were stupid. So we ended up with a pain in the ass for the global elite that they couldn't shake. The Articles of Confederation people were too invested in. They had to send Jefferson away, right? Because not all of the people that are intelligent and in control of some things are absolutely corrupt, right? So Jefferson made sure we had the Bill of Rights because he was pissed about the Constitution, right? And the Bill of Rights is what has kept these fucking people at bay to this point, okay? But the whole plan in the first place, and anybody with any kind of common sense when they read the definitive Treaty of Paris would obviously come to the conclusion that, oh, wait, what do you mean that he still got some sort of dominion? King George continued to receive payments from the United States after the Revolutionary War because of his investment in the land that we have. Okay, so it was all a sham, except for it wasn't. It was a sham and it wasn't at the same time. You see what I'm saying? The people that actually fought and died, shed blood, sacrificed their homes, their families, their livelihood to fight for freedom, they were really invested. That's why I say I love our troops. I hate our government. That's what I say. Our troops, I support our troops. I despise our government. Right? Because you got to look at these guys, a lot of these people that join the military, they're under the same programming that every single one of us watching right now, we're under at some point in time. And not a single one of us could ever say that we were not.
No.
Not a single one of us.
God damn it, I can't find it.
And they went and they put their life on the line. Support our troops, despise our government. Absolutely. And that's the whole thing. And now you got to look at all these veterans. Why do you think they started, how do I put this? Inoculating the military, right?
Well, you know, they're having a real problem right now with recruitment levels to the point where they're considering implementing the draft, even though we're not at war. They're talking about implementing the draft because the recruitment levels are at an all-time low. And a lot of that, and here's the problem, they can't find anyone not fat or bright enough to be in the military. And that's really bad. That is really bad. Okay.
But it's by design.
Absolutely. So what I'm getting at is, how is a draft any more of a solution to the already problem that you have?
I can explain to you how. It's very simple.
Well, I mean, aren't you still grabbing from that same pool of retarded fat people?
No, you're not, because it expands the pool. And here's why. It expands the pool because when you do not obey the arbitrary whims of Congress, they label you as a felon. Okay, you got a gun, you have the right to bear arms. You get caught with that gun, they'll label you a felon. You say, fuck off. Most people that have been in the correction system will not take the jab.
Holy shit, what is it? Push buttons? Are you on Twitter tonight? I'm sorry, I don't mean to get off topic, but look at this I just ran across. Just as he was talking, I was just like, what the fuck? Isn't that what push buttons was saying? Or somebody was just saying that, or was that
No, it was pushing buttons, but nose is way different. 100%. The cheekbones are much higher. The jaw structure is completely different. Jimi Hendrix is much lower. Too much reconstructive surgery required, in my opinion.
Well, what we need is to sit Morgan Freeman down with a Stratocaster, left-handed, and see if he can play it. That'll be the tell-all Right
what we
there.
need is an actual picture of Morgan Freeman from 1971, and not a recent one, because that doesn't.
Yeah, that
it
would
looks
be
like
best. Like a screenshot from the movie that he was in 1971.
right.
And that would be exactly it. And was he playing a guitar?
So I was watching this. I seen this guy, and who knows? These could always be faked with some kind of like with the amount of AI tech there right now, right? But this guy goes, "Hey Alexa, when will World War III start?" And they said March of next year. That's what Alexa said, and it said that the Chinese Communist Party will activate sleeper cells within the United States, which rung a bell for me because I see them motherfuckers coming in right now by the busload, right? And then that Russia and China together will attack the east and west coasts and invade. And that's what Alexis, so, but they could be faked. But it sounded pretty fucking real, and the guy didn't look particularly bright, so you never know. But if I was a CIA agent or an intelligence agent, I would also appear not particularly bright to cast doubt upon the.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about deception, man.
That's it. That's it. You gotta figure out which deception is. So they're so advanced, and I've known this for a long time, that they use deception in disguise of truth to deceive, to lead somebody to another truth that's actually a deception. It's fucking amazing. It's like they're on multi-tiered levels of deception, that it's like they predict your response to certain stimuli and they present another fact. Like, how many people have seen the Adam and Eve story? And for the record, I've known about the Adam and Eve story since 2018, 2017, the CIA document where they talk about a pole shift. I automatically know the pole shift is bullshit, which allows me to know it's propaganda that they put out because of what we know. The fucking Earth, it's not a globe. Yeah, it's not a globe. Doesn't make sense. It's not rotating on an axis. But they put that out there specifically so people find it on the CIA website. And you guys can go on the CIA website and go the story of Adam and Eve, or just put Adam and Eve and it'll come up right top.
Sure, they want you to find that shit.
They want you to find it. And people are bugging about it. We see the reset and stuff. And then I see like stuff about like I seen some stuff about like Tartaria and that we're in the millennial reign has already passed and we're in the short season. And it sounded good and it sounds plausible enough, but it's so artfully constructed that people are now believing that the sculptures of the what do they call that? Where they're all carved into the rock. What the fuck is that called? Why can't I think?
Rushmore?
Yes, Mount Rushmore. That right is evidence of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. I literally watched a post. I was like, and these people start actually seriously. Yes, they start discussing. That's what the type of spinning spiral rabbit holes they're trying to send you on to keep you from the facts.
Well, you get people that come up with some crazy shit just on their own that do that.
Yeah, but
but a lot of times what you find is that's done on purpose.
That's what I'm saying.
To carry away from the actual fucking.
So you divert your energy and attention into some horse shit.
Right. That's what gatekeepers do, man.
Well, that's what's going on a mass scale. Like they're deploying counter, I guess if you were to call it something, you'd say counter conspiracy theorist tactics on a mass scale right now using social media. So you have to be careful.
I just wanted a little bit of levity for everybody. This some guy got in trouble by the police for beating the bishop in a fucking Starbucks or some shit. Check this out.
That's levity?
Yeah, I think he gets tased in the winker.
What the fuck? Oh my god, come over here, come over here, come over here, come over here. This lady is trying to scream at her. Oh, the Aztec is out. What the fuck?
So I did was spanking his monkey in the Starbucks and had the police called on him. Anyway, I just thought that was kind of funny.
That's much better than beating a woman. Yes, for sure.
It's our world. That's where we live.
That's pretty. Well, people are very mentally ill at this point. You got to look at it like so. Obviously, all of us that are, you know, a part of this right now, the viewers and you and I.
Go ahead. I'm just letting that play.
We've experienced a certain amount of difficult situations, I don't want to call it traumatic experiences or whatever, where we've had to adapt and overcome, right? But the majority of society has been in an artificial womb of comfort. And then the things that have happened over the last 3-4 years have traumatized these people. And then add all of the medical experiments that are being conducted on mankind right now. And yeah, people are fucking nuts. I watched this chick go to a McDonald's. Yeah, it's all flat.
They're crazy as fucking shit. I can't.
No, this lady went to McDonald's, wanted her McNuggets so bad, she got out of her car, held the window of the fucking drive-thru open, punched the fucking dude because it wasn't coming fast enough, and then said, "I will eat your fucking face and digest it." She said that.
Wow, that's a hangry person right there.
That's insane. Who the fuck does that? And there's so many examples of people doing shit like that all over the country. It is a zombie apocalypse.
Listen, I'm telling you right now, I see some people doing some of the dumbest shit. And I like to, like I've said before, I like to just kind of watch people, you know? And I wonder a lot of times, you know, I wonder what the fuck that person's thinking, you know? And because I'll see somebody just sitting there, like mindlessly chewing their food. And I'm like wondering, like it'd be like sometimes go out to eat somewhere and there'd be like a family of people and they're all sitting there at this table and ain't nobody saying shit. They're just staring like into space, just chewing their food, you know, like animals or something. I am wondering, I'm like, what the fuck? How do people just not communicate? What's going on in their minds? You know, they have no need to share ideas, or I don't know, man. It just blows me away when I see shit like that. You know, I'm like, where are these fucking people? What are they doing, man? How does their mind just shut off? You know, how does that happen? I mean, I can't shut mine off even to go to fucking sleep, you know?
I do know, actually, yes. And because I share your genetics, apparently. So it does make you wonder, but it seems like it almost brings to mind the NPC thing, but then I'm suspicious of the NPC thing. It's like, well,
what's this do for your suspicion of NPCs? Check this character out.
I am offended that our children are not receiving affordable gender reassignment surgery along with hormone blockers and access to abortions. This alone is a threat to our democracy, as Justin Trudeau only says. It just shows. I am offended that our children are not receiving a...
Yeah, I watched that full video. I couldn't tell if that was like a joke or not. I feel like
you have to like scour around looking to see if it's like, is this satire or what am I viewing here? What exactly?
There are people that fucking insane though. I've seen the one chick, the dude came out like preaching God in the middle of like a gay neighborhood. And like they even had like a rainbow crosswalk. I didn't even know that existed. And like seriously, to cross the street is a fucking rainbow. Okay. And with only 6 colors, though. That's the difference. My cousin Tammy pointed that out, and I never noticed. If you ever noticed, that flag only has 6 colors, not 7.
Ain't that so?
Yeah, I know. Most people don't. I never noticed till she pointed that out. I was like, damn.
Why is it missing one, and which one is it missing?
The one that represents God.
Oh yeah, I can see that would be
the purple, like the I forget what it's like, indigo, purple, whatever, indigo. You know, that one. It's not in there. Anyway, yeah. Interestingly enough, they do that, and she just started screaming at the top of her fucking lungs at this guy. She's like, "If you don't leave right now," she's like, do you not know where you are? Like, you don't need to be saying that hateful stuff here." And he's like, "I'm just trying to preach the word. Like, I don't, you know, what's wrong with that? It's First Amendment, on public debate, she starts screaming. I don't even want to do it. And she's like, "Do you like that? Yeah, I'll keep doing blah, blah, blah," just like at the top of her fucking lungs. And she was serious, so I don't doubt that. But that just shows you kind of where, like, at the end of this, whatever this experiment has been, right, we're reaching some kind of like turning point for sure, because we have to be. It's not sustainable at this point. It's not.
As long as we can keep our cultural diversity. That is the traditional banging of the mate against the metal fence dance.
Makes sense.
I mean,
that's what you would want to do. Yeah. Nothing arouses a woman more than having her head bashed against a fence.
Well, you could see she would not let loose of that fella, man. She was all over him, man.
Yeah, probably because she was fucking frightened for her life, didn't know what was going on. But maybe not.
Now, King, that was not abuse. That is a tradition in their land. It was someplace in Africa, I believe. And that, you don't know. Don't be judging other cultures. You know, you don't understand that dance is likely to produce rain for their drought-stricken land because they're anxious to get back out there and work their land.
Well, interestingly enough, there's a society called Boule. I'm dead serious. Just look up Boule. I'm not really going to go into it, but they so the intellectuals of that particular culture are all accepted into Boule. And
go ahead, hold it down for me for a second. I'll be right back.
There's several. Has anybody in the chat, in the audience, ever heard of Boule? It's spelled Boule, Boule, and it actually goes all the way back to ancient Greece. Anybody? No, probably not. I never heard of it till last night when I came across it. And actually, LeBron James is a Boule member, along with Martin Luther King and Jesse Jackson, and pretty much every influential member of that particular culture. They call them intellectual individuals. And so there was this guy named Garvey, I forget his first name, Garvey, the one that started the Back to Africa movement. And
yes, the Back to Africa movement.
Not your Back to Africa movement.
Oh.
The real one. Yes, the real one. And the real one was actually gaining traction in the early 1900s, and he had over 1 million people. And the reason he wanted to go back to Africa, and specifically Liberia, was to take advantage of that country's own resources and use it for the benefit of their people. He said there's no reason why Africa should not. Now, he was not a member of Boule. Let me start that out. And the Boule attacked him viciously, calling him a gorilla. Okay? And they made sure that every intelligent person of that particular culture went to the Boule and not him. And the reason they did that is because by the time he got their attention, he was 1 million people strong. And they wanted to go back to Liberia. And they said there's no reason that Africa should not provide the world. That's what Garvey said. He said that there's no reason that Africa should not provide the world with their own Rockefeller, Rothschild. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Whatever. And he said we should be using our country's own resources for the good of our people. Right? So they discredited him. They actually killed their own member king, or assisted in it. And they actually they assisted in killing Malcolm X, allegedly. Allegedly. Well, do you know why Malcolm X was killed? Now, listen, I don't blanket judge
People called out their fucking small hats, bro.
Well, not just that. There was something else. Like, he used to be a total black supremacist. 100% hated us. Then he went on the Hajj. You know what the Hajj?
He became a Muslim and realized that there were people of all different races and shit.
Yes. He already was a Muslim, but it wasn't until he went on the Hajj and realized that everybody worships God.
Yeah.
And then he came back and started opposing their divide and conquer shit, which was what my last show was about. It's titled, and we kind of got off topic a little bit, but whatever. And he was exposing their divide and conquer, and they helped kill him. And now Bill Cosby is a member of the Boulay Society. Now, when you go to look up the Boulay Society, okay, the Boulay Society says, we're just a group of guys that puts on banquets or whatever. Not guys, actually, people, men and women. We just put on concerts or whatever, right? Their symbol is the Sphinx, okay? When you look at LeBron James' chest, he has that exact logo tattooed on his motherfucking chest.
Yep.
So people postulate that perhaps Kobe Bryant was I'm not going to get on that on YouTube, but anyway, Kobe Bryant and LeBron James were connected through that specific do your own research. But
I wonder what this guy doing, man. I don't know what this is.
Yeah, that's all you had to do is take everything out. Dude.
Yes, King. Yes, those ones.
Oh,
I wasn't going to say that on here, but yes, those ones. That's those ones. Same ones that run everything. Yeah. Not the way, but
Girl's mad because she got busted stealing that shit.
Look what King said. He knows who I'm talking about.
Oh, not the Jesuits.
Oh man. Well, hey, I'm not going to say that they have a connection, but there seems to,
Oh, this is cool.
1 + 1 is 2.
This is a cool thing, and it reminds me of something I was looking at today. So we know with the 369 code, right?
Yes.
So if you go through like the multiplication table with 3, right? It does a pattern of 369 in the answers, right? So 1 times 3 is 3. 2 times 3 is 6. 3 times 3 is 9. 4 times 3 is 12. So 2 and 1 is what? 3 again, right? 5 times 3 is 15, which is a 6.
Oh, trust
right?
me, I'm well acquainted with numerology. Yeah.
So it keeps going 369, 369, 369, and you see the solfeggio frequencies do the exact same thing. And I think you can do it with 6 too. That pattern keeps reoccurring when you multiply by 6.
Well, that's what our system is set up on, is the sexagesimal system.
But in the instance of 9, every product results in 9.
Yes, well,
that's the sequence between the phases of the 3 and the 6.
9 is the culmination of every other number.
Right.
Actually, in Chaldean numerology, 9 is not included because of that. For that purpose, it's not. There's no 9 in Chaldean numerology, which Chaldea was where Babylon was. So just so everybody knows. But the 9 is the sum of all the frequencies. It literally exists outside of it. It's literally the culmination of everyone is what a 9 is. So if you're a 9 numerologically, that's what that means.
It's pretty wild because I was doing that with I forget who I was going over that with. I think Landon, and I was going over the multiplications with that about 9s with him, and he's like, "That's really cool." And I showed him, how you can do that on your finger. You just count that many fingers over, like if it's 5 times 9, right? Then you just go over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? 45. You got
because the truth
and 5
the
on
truth
that.
is there is nothing but 1 through 10. Okay.
No, actually 1 through 9.
No, it's
Because
actually 1
10
through
is just starting back over at 0.
It's actually not. That's what everybody looks over. I used to look over it too, and actually 10 is the binary. So it's 1 through 10.
Because
But nine,
your second digit is what denotes the numbers.
yeah, except for certain
like when
numbers
you
like
get to
11,
11,
22, 11,
that's-
22, 33, stuff like that. Those aren't reduced to their original numbers. They're considered master numbers. And then an extra added secret to that is that 10 is actually the binary. It's existence, non-existence together. It's not the same as 1. It's the completion. So 9 is the number you get to before completion.
Right. So here's your guys going up in your fucking Bezos rocket. They just dress like this, but go up in a fighter jet. They got all this fucking bullshit on.
Bezos rocket, a big dick.
Yeah, the big dick rocket.
Yes, the big dick rocket.
Riding on the big dick rocket. So they got a song about it probably in there too.
Yeah, playing while they're sitting in the fucking screen room watching the fake rocket go up.
They should make them listen to the song that killed the killer tomatoes. Right? Oh, Tommy Tell the Truth is in here too now. Hello, Tommy. Did you ever see Attack of the Killer Tomatoes?
A cocket. That's awesome. That is what it is.
What's that?
He said it's a cocket. I'll be right back.
That's some crazy shit there. I'm just going through some of this stuff here. I'm not going to do a real late one tonight because I have to go to bed early because I have my show tomorrow, and I have to change my thumbnail because anybody that's came in here later, I have my show with David Weiss tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. And originally he was going to be having Skylar from Troubling Tribune come on, but there was a change in plans, I guess, for Skylar's not going to be able to make it, and so Austin Whitsitt is coming in his place from Whitsitt. It's going to be really, really cool. So anyway, I asked you about Attack of the Killer Tomatoes because they ended up killing off the tomatoes by playing this really awful song called Puberty Love. And I think that would be good music to make those fucking idiots listen to while they go up into space. Make them listen. I wonder if we can find that song. Let me see if we can find it.
Puberty Love. What the hell does that mean?
Yeah, it was the name of the song that killed the Killer Tomatoes. Don't tell me you've never seen Attack of the Killer Tomatoes.
I can confidently tell you that that is the case.
All right, so here it is. It's let's see if we can hear the song. Okay, yeah, we can do this. It's only 52 seconds. What the hell, right? So this was how they killed the tomatoes. Brandy, shut up.
We can't hear her, so.
I can, though, and it's irritating the piss out of me. So this is it here.
Turn on the record player! Cover your ears, everyone!
Oh, that's awful. It's like one of the worst auditions of America's Got Talent.
Those are Killer Tomatoes, in case I didn't know. So anyway, you get the.
Yeah, it was literally like nails on a chalkboard.
It's terrible, isn't it? It's now that or some nonstop Yoko Ono.
That would do it. They should have played Yoko to kill the tomatoes. If that was
Yoko would have done it.
Yeah.
Yoko would have done it. Absolutely.
For sure.
Yeah, that's a horrible.
Or mumble rap. Mumble rap would have probably also have done it.
Why is YouTube showing its text in Gothic?
Wait, what?
They're look, I'll show you. Hold on a second. Let me just add this to the stream. Okay, so up here at the top, you see the YouTube logo up there at the top left corner? It's in like Gothic script.
Hold on, let me go on my phone and see if it's doing that shit. That's kind of fucking weird.
Yeah, it's Gothic. All right, so wait a second. Let me see.
Hold on. Oh, you won't go off the fucking... Really? You're just unresponsive right now? Are you fucking kidding me? Yep. What in the fuck is that?
Yeah, I know. Why they got that on there like that?
Dude, it's doing it on my phone.
So that's kind of weird, man.
That's new. Did we just go to hell? Maybe we just all went to...
Did we just go? No, we've been here a while. I would have to say.
I mean, maybe we fully transitioned over. You know, we were kind of like in a middle place. You know what? You want to look for some good symbolism? Actually, I got to say this, and I'm not a big fan of like Hollywood productions or anything like that, particularly. But The Good Place, just watch that one time with Kristen Bell. My wife was watching. I'm like, holy shit! They put so much stuff in here. Pretty interesting. The reason I bring that up is I always kind of felt like Earth is a purgatory, but I feel like we're slipping more towards a
So I found this little video. It's only like 2 minutes and 20 seconds, but it's a woman recorded this from the time of where they had to start evacuating to when she had to jump in the ocean. I've not seen this, so I don't know if this is what this is. Let's see how good it is. 3:40 p.m. it says.
Yo.
God, this is roaring.
laser beams do some crazy shit, man.
Lasers.
Laser sharks with freaking lasers, laser beams on their heads.
Look at that shit. That's scary, man.
Yeah, guess what? If you look at one of the posts I posted, did you know that the island of Maui has over 400 sirens? Alarm bells. Not one of them was employed. Not one.
Wow.
Over 400.
It's like paradise, man. Nobody got any warnings or anything in paradise either.
Do you understand that actually Maui has
really close.
Maui has more emergency alarm systems and outside alarm systems than any other place in the United States, period.
Did you see that? What made that tree be on fire? Hold up. Hang on 1 second. God damn. Why is that tree on fire?
Microwaves.
We're going to Kapalua, ma'am.
Look, I'm about to show you. I'm gonna send you something. This right here. This would be a good ending note because I heard you want to get off. Up here. But
Look how dark it got, man.
It's all red lines.
so you guys hear that lack of alarm system?
Like how dark it is.
Play that next. Then I'll give a little context because I've been doing a lot of research on this and Facebook's been hitting me left and right. But
That's some fucked up shit, man.
play the one I showed you real quick and I'll give it a little context and then whatever you want to do after that. But
I have to go here and here.
I actually like this guy. He's gaining traction on Facebook, and he's kind of funny, but he's absolutely right about this.
Oh, wait, my bad. I got it muted. I don't know why it does that.
It does it because it's truth.
Did you know that the Hawaiian island of Maui has the largest outdoor siren emergency warning system in the entire world with over 400 alarms? While the most deadly wildfire this century in America raged on,
like that?
They never used
Wildfire.
the alarms. According to PBS, the wildfire burned for almost 3.5 hours. Maui is Hawaii's second largest island and has 80 outdoor sirens. 80! And not a single one of them was used. Here are some quick facts from CBS News on this warning system. The largest single integrated public safety outdoor siren warning system in the world. Can be used for natural and human causes, including wildfire.
The world, not just the
Oh my God. Each siren has a range of 3,400 feet, which is the distance of more than 11 football fields. The largest fire burned more than 2,100 acres of land. An acre of land is just over 208 feet by 208 feet. So if you do the math, this is over 400,000 feet wide. You mean to tell me not a single one of these 80 alarms would have been relevant in a 400,000 foot wide span of distance? Well, oopsies, I guess.
Hey, Internet friends. On August 8th,
Hey, but don't worry.
2023, the historic town of Lahaina on the island of Maui.
Don't worry. Oprah's land was not touched. Okay. She had a significant amount of property and her land was completely untouched. So if you guys are worried about that, don't worry about it, right? Secondly, here's the situation about this island, right? Is that, as we all know, if you do not know by now, there's a smart city conference coming up about Maui.
Yeah, I saw about that, man.
In the next couple months, right? So they've actually been approaching all these people with significant amounts of land and asking them to sell. And guess what they said?
Fuck off.
Fuck off.
Yeah.
Well, guess what they said?
Here's some fire for you, buddy.
There you go. Well, doesn't take fucking Scooby-Doo to figure that one out, does it?
No, it's about as hard as figuring out that Nord Stream pipeline. Who blew that up? I don't know. Maybe the guy that threatened to blow it up a couple of days before. You know?
Right. Right.
God,
absolutely.
Man.
So they literally, and then on top of the fucking police keeping people from evacuating, and guess what? All the people receiving aid right there, right now, all the aid that you send to the Red Cross or anybody like that is getting diverted. Okay.
Yeah,
and
course.
FEMA is making every single person sign extensive paperwork to receive aid. Now, what do you think might be contained in that paperwork? Perhaps agreement to a smart city?
Yeah, that's exactly.
I'm just gonna postulate that, right? Now, interestingly enough about this is not only this is not reported at all, but I know it to be a fact, is that there's a hurricane on the coast at the same time. You know why? Because people were jumping into the fucking ocean.
Yeah.
Look it up. There's a hurricane at the same time as this wildfire.
Well, let's see what this video. I recognize this girl's voice. This is let me see, really graceful. You ever seen her shit? She puts out some pretty concise stuff, and I mean thorough coverage too, man. And this just happened to pop up as a play next after that one you sent me. So this wasn't planned. I just found that it just now came up, and I think this is going to really give us some information on this. Let's find out.
The historic town of Lahaina on the island of Maui, a popular tourist spot, was destroyed by a fire that seemingly came out of nowhere. As of Monday morning, August 14th, the death toll sits at 96. An estimated 2,200 acres have been burned. Over 2,000 buildings have been reduced to ash. And of those buildings, 86% of them were residential homes. The investigation is ongoing. Loved ones are still missing. But alongside the rubble and ruin, questions remain. In this video, my goal is to give a voice to Maui residents and their eyewitness accounts. highlight key facts that have been completely buried, provide relevant historical context, and ultimately share with you what the media won't tell you about the Maui fires. Not so long ago, the band of islands we call Hawaii was a sovereign state known as the Kingdom of Hawaii. Because of its key location in the Pacific Ocean and its fertile ground, Hawaii was historically a prized place for trade. However, the kingdom fell when the United States gobbled it up under the whole notion of manifest destiny. With a little help from the US government, a group of American and European businessmen overthrew the Hawaiian monarchy. You see,
Holy shit, it's always us, man. It's always us. It's always us overthrowing people, taking their fucking shit. It's
not always us. Okay, what it actually is, not us, the people of the original republic. It's England that motherfucking took over on behalf of the Vatican in 1871. That's who it is. Did you not? How has nobody noticed that England does not have barely any military except for special ops since 1871? Because we're England's military. We are.
Right. Well, I don't know. They sent a lot of boys off to die in the first.
Not nearly as many as we did. Not even close.
Oh yeah, First World War and Second World War, dude. They were in it in 39. We didn't even get into it till 41. Didn't even start to see action till mid 42.
Right. What I'm saying is that they have not. Okay, so you got to look at the context. 1871 created the corporation. It wasn't completed till 1933. Ever since then, England doesn't have to do shit.
Anyway, check them out.
Hawaiian Islands offered a key position for a U.S. military base and would aid in the development of the U.S. as a global superpower. And thus, the final queen of the Kingdom of Hawaii was deposed in 1893. From then on, Hawaii played a key role on the world stage. Just think about it. The Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, which occurred on December 7th, 1941, had a significant effect on the United States and was crucial in influencing the government's decision to enter World War II. It was also key in rallying the emotional support for war from U.S. troops and civilians alike. Nearly a century later, there is open discourse on the idea that President Roosevelt either let it happen, as in he had foreknowledge of Pearl Harbor and did nothing, or he caused it to happen. You know, the same conversation we have about George W. Bush. Alas, Americans would not and could not give their consent to war without a reason. They just needed to be given one. Problem, reaction, solution.
Hegelian dialectic. So, in World War...
At 11 a.m. on August 4th, 2023, it was reported by satellites that a handful of small fires had started on Maui around the same time. No cause has officially been given, and this is a key detail that I just want to emphasize. It wasn't just one fire that was started, but several at once. On Tuesday morning, August 8th, Lahaina, once the Kingdom of Hawaii's capital city, began to witness wildfires. Lahaina is a small town located in Maui, and in the Hawaiian language, Lahaina means cruel or merciless sun. Survivors of the fire reported that there were no sirens or warnings when the fire started, only strong winds that brought distant fire into the residential areas within minutes. According to emergency officials, Maui's warning sirens didn't sound as devastating wildfires approached as they should have. On the island of Maui, there are 80 outdoor sirens to alert residents of tsunamis and other natural disasters. But those sirens were totally silent as people burned to death. According to investigators, quote, "Nobody at the state and nobody at the county attempted to activate those sirens based on our records," end quote. Emergency alert texts were reportedly sent out, but due to the rate at which these fires spread, the towers were down, the power lines were down, and people weren't receiving those alerts on their phones or TVs, all of which contributed to the chaos. The fires were so intense and spread so rapidly that the U.S. Coast Guard saved over 50 individuals after some people fled the fire by jumping into the Pacific Ocean. The fires were still active the following day, and locals reported being barred off from bringing supplies to the affected areas to even search for their loved ones and render aid. And this is another weird, strange detail. The incident commander of the 2017 Las Vegas country music mass shooting, one of the biggest cover-ups in U.S. history, just happens to be Maui's police
Oh,
chief,
for fuck's sake.
John
Really?
Pelletier, who said the following about the fires.
You find these.
All right, wait a minute. That's new information to me.
That is new for me also, yes.
Okay.
But it makes sense.
Yeah, just another little fucking damning piece of evidence. Holy shit. Yeah, it would be. So one of their known actors is there to control the narrative. Perfect. God damn, these people.
I was just following orders.
Our family and our friends. The remains we're finding is through a fire that melted metal. We know we got to go quick.
Yeah, what
we got to
forest
do it
fire
right.
does that?
So when we pick up the remains and they fall apart, and so when you have 200 people running through the scene yesterday, and some of you, that's what you're stepping on. I don't know how much more you want me to describe it.
Hawaii Governor Josh Green said the town looked like a bomb had been dropped, and he wasted no time blaming the fires on climate change. Of course, mainstream media ran with this narrative and has blamed humans for living and vacationing in Maui for the wildfires. Which brings us into a whole other conversation entirely. Who is actually responsible for the wildfires in Maui? According to some locals, bad government and poor land management is to blame, as dry, non-native, invasive grasses weren't properly cleared in previous years, which served as perfect tinder under the right conditions, strong winds and drought. And I want you to remember what we talked about earlier. Satellites picked up all these fires across the island igniting around the same time, same day, the morning of August 4th. It wasn't just one fire. It was multiple fires across Maui. And I'm not trying to interject my opinion when I'm just giving you the facts, but that in particular sticks out to me, and I find it weird.
Listen,
so, of course, there's our...
What is it?
I'm going to explain to you exactly what's going on. What they're doing right now is they're trying to get the legislative infrastructure for 15-minute cities introduced into action in our country is what they're trying to do. We are at war with these people. 100%. There's no, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? That's all they're trying to do. They're trying to get the legislative action for these. Oh, we're just going to get a few 15-minute cities set up on the on this island that's not even on the mainland. Oh, don't worry about it, but it affects us because once it enters the legislation of our country, what do you? If they're willing to do that there, what do you think they're going to do here, where people know what they're trying to do?
Right. Well, they already did that if you looked at the fire maps a couple of years ago of all those California wildfires, the ones like the one that burned up Paradise and everything. You take a look.
No, those are our most communist states. I'm talking about here inside the country.
Let me just put this out there. Right. If you overlay a map of the proposed high-speed rail that runs from Los Angeles up to San Francisco and up into the north, it perfectly fucking matches the fire map.
Let me quote the Proverbs, right? There's nothing new under the sun. Right. So look, they did it. Listen, what I mean by that is they did it when they started instituting railroads, right, through the West, and people wouldn't sell their land where they wanted to run them railroads. You know what they did? They hired cowboys to go kill them people and burn their house down.
Oh, yeah.
This is the exact reason why Jesse James started robbing bank trains. He didn't hurt anybody. He just robbed the fucking banks. That's all he did.
Hey, Jeebus Crisp is able to comment. So what happened? He fixed something. And, no, but I plan on it because I want to look into that more. That is a rather fascinating thing, that the idea that the face of the moon is actually a mirror image of the face of the earth.
If I was to speculate, I'd say maybe the moon is what creates the ice wall.
I don't know,
Being
man.
a negative, well, listen, being a negative cold light, why would it not?
Oh, so I found a really cool movie that I'll show one night. It's public domain, so, you know, like we did when I started the show They or Them or whatever the fucking show was. Anyway, this one it starts out talking about Admiral Byrd and Operation High Jump and his expedition into the Antarctica. And the name of the movie is the Land Beyond. And I kind of skipped through it and looked, and it's got some cheesy special effects, but they end up going through that frigid cold area and then into a warm temperate area and finally into almost a tropical area. And there's like dinosaurs and all kinds of other. I know their helicopter got into a fight with a guy in a robot in a lizard suit. But yeah,
Whoa.
pretty interesting that was, and it's 1957. The movie was from 1957. So
That's definitely what the moon does. I would be willing to look into. I'm going to start looking at. Listen, the moon. What is the moon's light versus the sunlight?
it's the opposite of it.
It's cold.
It's a cool light. It's putrefying. It's a negative polarity to the sun's positive.
100%.
Anyway, before we get too far off on that, let's see. I got about half of this thing's done. We'll finish this out.
Already a wrongful death lawsuit brewing, and
get that money.
Quote, legal teams from Watscara, Singleton, Schreiber, and France law group firms have all independently reached the conclusion that Hawaiian Electric's compromised infrastructure served as the ignition source for the inferno, end quote. And I just want to point out that according to the World Economic Forum, in an article that they published in 2018, Hawaii plans to be the first U.S. state to run entirely on clean energy, with clean energy being defined as solar, wind, biomass, and geothermal green power. And after someone sent me that article, I was reading up on how our current power grid will stand up to the clean energy goals of the future. And basically, the corporations are lobbying for our entire power grid to be replaced. So if you fault Hawaiian Electric, sue them for all they're worth, put them out of business, who replaces them? Will it be whoever is going to bring forth the goals of Agenda 2030 in the World Economic Forum? So attorneys are blaming the electric company, probably because the electric company has the deepest pocket. The governor is blaming climate change, and other people are blaming land mismanagement, while others are whispering about directed energy weapons. And I know I never talk about directed energy weapons, and you all know this, not because I deny their existence, but it's like conspiracy quicksand over here. It's too easy for people to dismiss because fires can be attributed to many things. But there's just this glaring coincidence one cannot overlook for this particular fire. AFRL's Directed Energy Directorate is the Department of the Air Force Center of Expertise for Directed Energy and Optical Technologies. They specialize in directed energy weapons that harness the power of the electromagnetic spectrum to enable airmen to effectively and affordably strike critical targets, all at the speed of light. According to their website, the AFRL Directed Energy Directorate operates two major telescope sites that are used to advance SSA technologies. One of these sites is located on the Kirkland Air Force Base in New Mexico, and the other site is located on, you'll never guess it, the other site is located on Maui. The Maui site is called the Air Force Maui Optical and Supercomputing Site. So let's go down the list. A little logical assessment here. Do direct energy weapons exist that can cause wildfires? According to U.S. government websites, yes. Does the U.S. government have the ability to use those resources? According to the U.S. government website, yes. If the U.S. government has this tool, does it mean other countries have this tool? And could they use it on the U.S.?
Yes.
Theoretically, yes. Would wildfires sparked by direct energy weapons
why would they?
serve their Hegelian dialectic of problem, reaction, solution, policy changes and narrative shifts and sustainable development goals and whatnot? Sure. Can we prove that they used a directed energy weapon and that it was the U.S. government who used it? Me personally, I'm going to say not at this moment. No, we can't prove it. But what I will say is that if I were on the ground in Maui and I had a basic understanding of local politics and
I would
procedures,
hang all
and
cops.
I decided to dig deeper on this story, I would probably want to know who fled the wildfires before anyone else, who from government or high society was evacuated before the traffic jams and all the chaos started. And I would also want to watch who benefits from the destruction. The average residential home in Maui is just at the median price of $1.2 million. Can insurance companies afford to rebuild thousands of homes in this area? Can families who didn't have homeowners insurance afford to rebuild their homes and businesses? With the rapid inflation we've experienced over the past couple years, the cost of building has increased substantially. What will insurance cover? Because I'm imagining a scenario where residents are left with land and no means to rebuild, nowhere to live in the interim. And yeah, that would make it hard to say no to offers on your property.
You know, there have been reports of looting and civil unrest. I mean, I
Of course.
saw, you know, a few kind of rough-looking people when I was down here, but I mean, nothing happened. But it might be a good idea to stay out of here for the time being. And you can see over there, you know, there was like multi-million-dollar beachfront houses were lost. You know, I mean, I know every house on Maui nowadays is almost every house is going to be over $1 million. All of my neighbors and I are interested in what the news actually is, because we don't have access to the internet, not cellular, not cable internet. We don't have TV. We do have the radio.
I guess Jeeps don't hold up
for whatever reason. The radio out here continues to just mainly play music. I've heard very few broadcasts of news.
What?
And I don't know if that's just my timing of listening to it.
What?
That the radio is just playing music and not playing any kind of news? Are you fucking kidding me?
I know, right? Why would they be doing like that? See, this is fucking crazy.
But
we're at war, man.
There's really been very little information.
I live on Maui. The media is lying and or covering up the extent of the damage and the death count. I personally know people that are telling me the death and destruction is way worse than we're being told. I am witnessing the cover-up by the media firsthand.
So my final question that the media would never ask is, are we witnessing a land grab at fire sale prices in the future? What do you think, internet friends? You know, I always look forward to reading your comments. Thank you so much for watching, subscribing, supporting my channel on Patreon, and buying my book, The Deep State Encyclopedia. Bye.
No. What I'm going to say that is that's an attack, and we're at war. And I can tell you this, okay? Hawaii may be a relatively new state, but there's this poem. It's obviously modified from an earlier poem that says something about socialists and communists, and then they came for me, but I'm going to say how it currently applies, right? Is that first they came for my neighbors, and I did nothing. Then they came for my friends, and I did nothing. So when they finally came for me, there was no one left to help me fight. How long are we going to let this shit happen?
Well, yeah, well, as long as people remain asleep, this is what's going to go on, man. They can't, you know, life is but a dream, right? But learn to control the dream, right? It's like lucid dreaming. Most of these people are just kind of fucking going along with whatever.
Them, my blood is,
you know,
boiling right now. What they did at that island. Are you fucking kidding me? All the shit that we tolerate, that we know that they do and that they have, and then they.
But who's they? Who is they? Who do you go after? Who pushed the button? Who gave that?
I'll tell you who pushed the button. The same people that could not implement things to the extent in which it was implemented everywhere else. The people we hire to represent us.
But if you had to go after somebody, who do you go after? Who do you go after for this?
Immediately?
Yeah.
Senate. and the House for the most part. Not all the people.
What kind of like what charges? Like
Charges?
Heavy. I mean, like what would be
charges? We're beyond charges. We already been there.
So you go in there and you go, okay, you guys, we had these fires over in Hawaii right now.
No, that's why they did J6, so they could set up the infrastructure.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. Is like, there has to be a top down.
Listen, but we're not going after the top. We can isolate ourselves. The rest of the world, we're the small flame, okay, that's dimming by the day with this dumbass shit that people allow to happen. We're the small flame, okay?
Well, somebody had to be there.
Listen, did you have drones? Did you have drones identifying you when you were within 5 kilometers of your fucking residence to send a SWAT team after you to arrest you for violating your quarantine zone? No, you didn't. And you know why? Because they cannot do this here. Okay? And those people that are trying to quietly sell us out to the people that have implemented it everywhere else in the world are the people that we need to give a rope fucking necktie to.
No, I'll tell you what, the one you need to put a rope necktie to is the one that goes ahead and listens to somebody when they're told to commit an act like this. When they're told, hey, fire this fucking
they can get it too. Yeah, absolutely. They can get it too.
Well, that's the first one. That's
every single one.
Somebody knows who pushed the fucking button on that shit.
From the top down, there's nobody who knows how many guns are in this country. Okay, there's not a person on earth who knows how many guns.
They don't need guns. Didn't do these people any good.
No, they didn't. But I'll tell you what, they would do a lot of good if you get some important people up under one.
That's what I'm saying. That's you got to find out. We have to know. Like, look. This is obviously
you skip Congress and go to the banks.
This is obviously
you skip Congress and go to the banks.
Coordinated military style thing. Okay, we know that Oprah Winfrey didn't do this herself. Now she may have financed it.
I'm not fucking talking about Oprah Winfrey. I'm talking about Senate.
Right. What I'm saying. Well, who in the Senate was responsible for these fires?
Almost every single person.
Yeah. How do you make that connection, though? See.
Because they're all bar attorneys. They're all bar attorneys. They've pledged their allegiance.
See, you got to jump. That's a lot of bullshit.
No, it's not. It's very easy. It's very easy to prove. It's very easy to prove. I do it all the time.
Yeah, but now you're totally off the thing. Now we're not looking at what happened. How did we
listen? We can't save the world, but we can save us. And be
right. So what I'm getting at, how do you go about finding out who exactly is I'm not talking about who financed it, who allowed it, or even who ordered it. I want to know who the motherfucker that followed the order and did it is.
That's the bottom guy.
Somebody knows. Somebody knows.
You might as well shoot the cop and stop people from fucking leaving Maui.
Make that guy
leaving the section of Maui that was happening in.
Yeah, but you could make that motherfucker talk. You
don't have to. We know. I know who's doing it.
Who?
I just told you, the motherfucking bar association.
So the entire bar association is doing it?
Yes, 100%. Yes, they all have.
Indirectly. That's like blaming the fucking store for having shit out that can be
they laid the legal groundwork. Without them, that's the focal point. That's the crux.
Right.
Without them, they cannot do anything.
So how do you prove that they're behind having these fires?
Who's writing up all the legislation to set up the smart city? Who do you think's doing that?
Well, it's not the bar association. It's individuals.
Yes, it motherfucking is. It 100%.
It's individuals.
Clubs. Listen. I don't give a fuck. Listen, when you join it, do you think they gave a fuck if you were a Hitler youth? Do you think they cared? You didn't fucking organize the fucking Nazi party or none of that shit. You just was. It don't matter. You take them all out. Done.
Right.
Over with.
But we're looking for the people that I want to know who is a terrorist enough to kill these other people at the behest of someone else.
Listen, they can never do it without the bar.
Well, they couldn't do it. We can blame it on oxygen too, because they could never do it without oxygen.
No, listen,
I mean, that's
understanding what I'm saying.
That is
never
the stretch.
Listen, they could never do it without the bar. That's why they offered to buy the land.
They could never have. There could never be a nefarious group of people.
Are you fucking kidding me right now? Do you know what the bar is?
I understand that, but you're saying that there could never be a nefarious group of people that has directed energy weapons that would be willing to kill people for a climate agenda or for real estate.
Of course they would, but they can only make it actually actualize after the murder by the bar. That's it. You can only write that shit. You can only make it pass in court by the bar.
Right. So I think that trying to put the fires in Maui on the Bar Association is a very hard stretch. I think we actually need more smoking gun.
Then go get the fucking smoking. Because he's the one orchestrating the whole thing. That's who's doing it. The fucking Pope. That's it.
Well, it's you could also
that's the
make
end of the road.
To say
no matter what you do, it always
of the people.
What is a very old saying that has never ever been untrue. All roads.
Yeah, but you're not going to ever convince people that the fucking.
So you want to find some
intermediate. Hold on. We're way off track. Because you're never.
No, we're not. It's all together.
Well, then we can also say it's the fault of the parents of the people that are in the bar for having them.
You literally can't, because these subversive. You don't know what I know, Dad, and you know a lot of shit about flat Earth. I don't know.
I know that a lawyer did not set the fires in Paris.
Guess what? Then give them the option: renounce your bar card or eat a bullet, bitch.
Yeah, but they didn't set the fires in.
It doesn't fucking matter. They serve the same master.
So we can just blame it on somebody else.
Guess what? Do you think the many Germans that died were on the same page as fucking Hitler, or just wanted to defend their country? It doesn't fucking matter. Listen, we're at war. Don't fucking matter.
Right. But back to the fires in Maui. Back to the fires in Maui, though. I know.
Why do you think that happened? They need agreement. Listen, think about this. They need agreement. Those people would not agree. So what did they do? They need agreement because of contract. Do you know why they need agreement?
We know the why. We know the why.
Okay, well, guess why they needed that? Because we're under contract law.
But the people that benefit from the why were not the people that push the button, man.
Dude, I guarantee you that they're probably bar members. I would be willing to bet anything that they have to.
Well, who are they? It's an individual. It has to be individuals.
Bankers and bar association. That's it. So it's always been the same people. Go get them. Go get them right now.
So how do you? So you realize though that you would never be able to make the case that bankers lit Maui on fire?
Yes, I would.
No, you wouldn't.
Oh, yes, I would.
What proof do you have that a banker set that fire?
It may be circumstantial evidence.
Well, that's not proof.
Hold on. Let's reverse back to 1776. What proof did you have that the Bank of England was causing the king to charge you excessive taxes on your property? You didn't have it because they made sure it didn't exist, but they all fucking knew what was going on. Every single one of them. That's why the original 13th Amendment existed. These people are fucking cocksucking, evil, greedy pieces of shit.
But we can't go and just pin a crime on them with anecdotal evidence.
It's not a crime. It's war. It's war. They're civil officers. Do you understand that every bar member is a captain? Every single one of them is a captain.
Right, but lawyers didn't set fire in Maui. What I'm looking for is who would be. See, I don't give a shit if I tell somebody, hey, you go and do this horrendous thing. Okay? Whether they do it or not, that's the whole point. That's where it comes into fruition. The person that actually commits the act is the one culpable. You understand?
So you punish that person, they find another dummy, like another Lee Harvey Oswald. Are you kidding me?
Well, of course.
You're not taking care of the cancer, you're taking care of the fucking byproduct.
However, taking someone like that will lead you to the bigger fish. because you can get those people to talk.
Fine, then capture them, fucking torture them, whatever. I don't care.
So who's doing it? From where is this being operated? How this is the
You
stuff
gotta
we
start.
need to understand.
Guess what? I'd go after that police chief. I'd go after that police chief right now.
And for what though? What would you say? What would you say? Hey, you, I'm coming after you.
What do you mean? There's a commonality we can identify. Come on, use your critical thinking. What do you mean?
So he's
There's a
guilty of
commonality.
being. So all you really showing, and I know better, of course, but really, in all reality, all you're showing,
We don't have to prove it in a court. Listen, you don't have to prove it in a court of law when it's a revolution.
Well, we're not in
That's
that
the
right
point
now at all.
Well, guess what? We fucking should be
I
after
don't
watching
think
that.
we're going to be, man. I don't think. I mean, if you get that
I
many
disagree.
people to
Listen,
stand on the stickers,
rich men north of Richmond, okay, has gotten 10 million views in the last 5 days. If you haven't heard it, look it up. Okay, it's Oliver Anthony. Okay,
it's a good song. I wasn't. I don't think it's.
Listen, 5 million views. Listen, you know how he recorded that? No record deal, no production value. He had a camera, his guitar on his property, and he sung that shit.
Yeah.
That is the heartbeat of the nation. We're there. We're here. They need to back down or die.
Well,
that's the facts.
It's a good song. It's, you know, and I've heard others that are real good. I'll tell you what, I've heard some stuff that Lucky Haskins plays, and he's good too, man. Stuff that I play, it's good.
What Lucky just said right there has the divine spark in it. That's exactly what it is. You know that as a musician. I know it. He knows it.
Right. It got really a lot of popularity. It really got a lot of popularity. Maybe if we play it enough, these guys will throw their hands up and give up.
That's not what I'm saying. It shows you the attitude of the nation. They're just waiting. They're waiting for a catalyst.
Well, yeah, of course. They want to spark. They want us to throw the first punch, bro. They want us to throw the first punch. Then
so we're just guess what? It's a win-win with that attitude, because either they'll burn the rest of the fucking country to the ground and take what they want, or we will throw the first, but they don't have to. They're masters of subversive tactics.
But see, that's just it. We can see this with the overwhelming support of Trump. Okay, is that people are not willing to take it into their hands. They want someone else to do it for them. That's the way they are. It's just like these people in these sanctuary cities. They're asking them, saying, hey, will you be willing to take some of these immigrants or one of these immigrants in and give them a place to live? No. Well, why not? Well, I don't have room for it and shit. Or I rent or whatever. Always some kind of an excuse. But then they want to create the problem with no fucking actual solution to the problem. You know? That's what we look into. I don't see. I mean, I saw a bunch of people when some little crooked ass son of a bitch came on TV and told them that, hey, you got to wear this thing on your face. They did it. Most of them just went ahead and goddamn did it. When we had all of the shit, the little stickers on the floor, the stupid little barriers at the store. Everybody went with it. Nobody stood up. Couple people here and there stood up. That was it.
I have to address something in the chat. Nobody has any idea what masonry actually is unless you're a mason. And there's a good reason for that. But I can tell you something. There's good and evil in everything. It's a fundamental law of the universe. There's a sun and there's a moon. There's positive and there's negative. Okay?
Well, I don't know about all that. I don't know about all that, but y'all make these really cool jars. So,
and we do make really cool jars. And that's actually what my middle name is, Mason, by the way. And the reason it's not my first name is because my grandma said they would call me Jarhead. So my first name is Ryan and my middle name is Mason. And we're not what you think we are. Let me put it this way. The institution isn't what you think it is. Period. And now, much like every other institution we can witness on the planet, it may have fallen into some form of degradation. But it's no reflection on the individual or what it represents. And I stand proudly by my affiliation with what I am and I'm a good man, and I'm a good
Well,
mason.
you know, and people get the wrong idea about sacrifices and blood drinking. You know, I mean, it gets a bad rap. So y'all quit
Yeah,
that.
who does that?
Right?
Who does that?
Well, everybody knows that's what Masons do.
Well, why don't you hold that to the same standard you just held my last previous comments to?
I'm kidding, man.
Well, I'm just saying.
You hear that kind of stupid shit all the time, and I'm like, oh, okay.
What stupid shit specifically?
Oh, about all the what their rituals consist of and everything else, and I'm like, how in the fuck?
You guys have no idea. Even our symbolism reveals the difference between real Masons and non-Masons, but you guys have no idea, and there's a reason it's kept secret. Okay, and if you're interested, petition a good lodge and be very picky in which one you choose.
I start my own. I have my own secret organization. And it's so secret that I don't even know what it is.
Let me tell you something.
Can't top
Let me
that.
tell you something, Sean alike. You think I'm a low-level Mason? Okay. Listen to me. What Masonry is, you can't explain. I could explain it. It's universal, man. It is. So that's the end of it. It's what it is.
It is. Everything is what it is. So that's some fun shit. But anyway, I mean, it's pretty cool. They dress cool. You know, they have some cool stuff they do.
There's a reason for that.
Yeah,
it's biblical.
It's nice. It's really cool. Myself, I can't deal with fucking clubs of any kind. I don't like little organizations and hierarchies and all that shit.
There's no hierarchy in Masonry. Everybody's the same. Listen, I don't have to listen to anybody. You could have a 33rd degree Mason come down and tell me something right now, and he's no better than I am.
Right.
I don't give a fuck what he has to say if it isn't right. And guess what? I'll tell him. And I stand by the law, the natural law, which everything is founded on, and there's nothing he can fucking do about it either.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck who he is. All the titles and pomp and all that shit, right? That's all some extra shit from non-Masons who became Masons. That's what it is.
For me, like that shit, even when I hear people talking about, in that flat earth community, and I'm like, fuck you, I'm not in.
Listen, I'm a Mason. Everybody says that Masons are all in on the fucking globe. Listen, the earth is flat. I fucking tell my brothers that all the time. It's fucking flat. It's flat. It doesn't matter what kind of sickness infected anything, whether it be a fucking Presbyterian church, a Baptist church, a fucking Catholic church, or Masonry. It doesn't make a fucking difference what it is. Okay? Not everybody is the same, right? So you have the dichotomy in everything.
Right.
That's the point.
Yeah, I see that.
I would never not be a Mason, and I never regret becoming a Mason. Ever.
I've never been one to want to be in any of those, in any kind of like one of those. I hate clubs, man. I just do. There's always somebody in there with little fucking rules and shit. Or it's, there's
always rules. Guess what? When you exist in nature, there's rules.
No. What I mean is these little motherfuckers that all the time wanting to make motions and fucking second.
That's something really different, and that is and is not Masonry.
I know those are Robert's rules. I know, but there again, you always got those little fuckers in whatever little club that always want to be running something. They always want to be running the fucking.
There you
show.
go. That's always it, right?
And I'm like, don't want to.
They forget basic principles of things. And they always
I just don't even have to worry about anybody forgetting any basic principles. I just don't fucking deal with it. I just go on through my life. I try to maintain as little real life human contact as
Kind of
possible.
like the high level Masons do not listen. I'm not going to say the highest level, but the high level Masons, like what you would consider high level in a state, they do not know shit either. I know shit because of before I was a Mason and what I learned and what I know.
Eat some pigeon pecker pizza, Tommy says.
Pigeon peckers, yes.
Pigeon pecker pizza. You gotta have that. It's good stuff. What else we got? Okay, so Daniel Becker says Freemasons and trafficking. Any connections?
I wouldn't know for sure.
I think probably within.
But I would say I would counter that and say Baptist church and trafficking. Any connections?
Yep, absolutely.
I would counter that and say Catholic church and traffic. Any connections?
How about this? Child Protective Services, connections and trafficking? Absolutely. Holy shit. Are you kidding me? I mean, it's like, it's that shit is permeated into every goddamn facet of our society, man.
So live music, you have to look how you started that sentence. I feel. Automatically, you're throwing thinking out the window. It's common sense. Okay, who gave you the country you fucking live in right now? Guess who that was? Good Masons. That's
yeah, they kind of jumped in there and kind of took over, didn't they?
Yeah, they totally did. Good Masons gave you the country you live in. You wouldn't even be able to fucking say. You wouldn't even be able to say what you're saying on the internet right now if it wasn't for George Washington and Thomas Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin.
I don't
listen. Thomas Jefferson's the one
that's just exclusive to us because I've talked to people and on these forums and shit. To people in other countries that say pretty much just about anything they fucking want. You know, Canada being one.
Yeah, do they still do that?
Yeah.
Where do they still do that at?
Oh, take a look at all the fucking.
No, not after the act they just passed. No, they passed an act where they govern the internet, Dad. They do.
Well, still check out East
Coast people post. Huh?
Check out East Coast Canadians channel. Then he's going live and strong, baby.
I'll check him out. I'm going to tell you this. Who made sure you
don't got a goddamn good thing to say about Trudeau or any of that bullshit at all. I don't even know how he stays online.
Who made sure you could keep guns? Guess what? I'll tell you who. Thomas Jefferson, Patrick Henry, and Thomas Paine.
Yeah.
Okay. All three Masons. Every single one of them. They went around and rallied the people.
What if they were all hold on, wait a second. What if they was all Baptists? Would that mean that it was because of Baptists that this common sense thing was given to us?
Well, that's the point I'm making. Is that the argument about the affiliation in your spiritual path, right, is not reflective on the you could be a fucking Baptist right now and you could also be a murderer or a rapist.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Same thing with the Masonry, any of that shit. It has no dictation on any of that. It
has nothing. That's my point. But I will tell you that very good, clever Masons, if you've been to Monticello, right, that's Masonic knowledge, Dad.
Well, wow.
I'm not going to tell you why, but I will tell you it.
Then I must have already had long before knowing that it was Masonic.
What do you think I've been telling you? Why do you think I'm a Mason?
It's really not that big of a secret, but so that's like saying though that Thomas Jefferson was intelligent because he was a Mason.
No. Thomas Jefferson
paleontology. Where does paleontology or archaeology?
No, right? No, I'll correct you. Thomas Jefferson was a Mason because he was intelligent.
Well, there you go. He was an intelligent guy who happened to be in the Masons.
No, he was an intelligent guy who realized. See what I'm saying? That's all I'm going to say about that, but that's what it is.
No, what I see is that a lot of affluent people of that time belong.
There's also a lot of dark. Listen, Albert Pike. This is no secret. I'm not revealing a secret. Albert Pike used a the loophole in masonry to become a mason. And that's what everybody likes to cite, is Albert Pike, right? They're like, well, what about Albert Pike? He's a piece of shit. I'm not saying he wasn't an impressive person, and I'm not saying he wasn't intelligent or capable, but what he chose to divert his energy towards.
So, yeah, well, that's the thing. It's like, wait a second. So, like I was saying, a lot of these affluent people of that time were Masons, members of various organizations and shit at that time.
So there's a book on Library of Congress.
It's like,
there's a book up on Library of Congress. I'm going to direct everybody towards. And it
so
goes,
what I'm getting at though is that I can't go that that's a strictly a because of Masonic influence, because there's a lot of Masonic influence in England.
Let me explain.
Don't have anything.
I know where you're going with this, and let me explain it to you. All right. So the origin of Masonry, right, is it was a let's just say a builder's trade, right? And in order to be brought into this trade, you had to be a man freeborn, obviously, hence Freemason, right? And the process was you had to spend 3 years an entered apprentice, 2 years a fellow craft, 2 years a master mason, okay? Or 2 years as a fellow craft to become a master mason. And what you studied was the actual knowledge, like the way the world, everything works, like just like, you know, science, for instance, we talk about all the time. We say science is not a religion. Science is a process of identifying a mystery, presenting a hypothesis, and experimenting to come with a conclusion, right? Stuff like that, right? So I'm not going to get too much into it, but well, what this was doing was making common people literate and intelligent. And guess who did not like that? Can you guess who didn't like
the control system?
Right. So guess what they did?
Started dumbing people down with compulsory school.
No, they entered it.
So anyway, it's really stretching far off.
Well, that's the point. Yeah, it's far off from what we were talking about, but I have to address it like that.
What we were talking about was who the fuck pulled the trigger on burning this place up. That's what we need to start at. We need to figure out where is this shit being operated from.
I won't tolerate shit like that. I'm sorry. I won't. It's ignorant. People don't do actual research. It's all on the Library of Congress. Just fucking read, you dumbasses. I'm dead ass serious. Just read. If you're ignorant and you want to know something, just fucking read. That's all you have to do.
What are we on about now?
Yeah, nothing. Whatever you were talking about. Go ahead.
So no, what I'm saying is, where's this shit being operated from? Who's given the order? I mean, somebody's given an order.
I don't know who's always gave the orders.
There has to be some kind of a chain of command. This is obviously coordinated.
Who's always gave the orders? The Pope has his military people.
Well, at the very top, but the president didn't fly over Fallujah and drop fucking Hellfire missiles into Baghdad.
No, but that order came from somewhere.
Right. So what I'm saying is, it like even in in the thing about what I said in as far as the missiles in Baghdad, that's top down. That's top down. There's a chain of command. The president doesn't go talk to a pilot and say, "Hey, I want you to go drop these bombs." It doesn't work that way. It goes from the president down to the chiefs of staff, down to the fucking brigade commanders, down to the battalion commanders, down to the company commanders. I mean, there's a whole chain that this thing goes down from the top, and this thing operates the same way. I'm sure that the Pope is not calling up Billy Bob and saying, "Hey, go ahead and push that button and aim it at Hawaii." You know, it's coming down somewhere else from that. And now the ultimate thing of we need to the very top, they're just saying we need to find a way to get that land. And then the think people go, okay, well, we could burn the people off of it, blah, 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 and then hatch their plot. But when you're actually murdering people and making it look like a natural disaster, somebody did that. Somebody is responsible. When it comes right down to it, there is someone that is directly responsible. And these are the people that we need to start finding and holding completely accountable for these crimes. I mean, if for nothing more, but as a deterrent for anyone else to take their fucking place. You know what I'm saying? Let's face it, you can't, a general or a president or anybody else like that can do nothing. They can do no damage without their minions. They need their minions. They need their coordinated minions. And they do this in paradise, and that's already being forgotten about until people's memories get sparked and they go, oh, it's look, this thing in Hawaii is exactly like what they did in California, you know. So I don't know. Anyway, that's their whole little go-to that they have. But I mean, that's where I'm at with these guys. It's there's too much, you know. I mean, somebody did that. Somebody killed all those people. That was one person who was responsible, maybe just a handful, but still somebody needs to be, and somebody knows who that person is. And the person that did it, of course, knows. And what kind of a person is that? They can just go, oh, well, whatever. You know?
Many of them, most of them, because it's all about their bottom lines. That's it. That's the thing. It's never been black or white, rich or poor, any kind of denomination, Mason, non-Mason, Catholic, non-Catholic, Baptist, non-Baptist. There's never been that. It's rich and motherfucking poor, because the only way that you can amass the type of wealth that these people have is at the expense of other people. And then guess what they want to do once they have it? They want to secure it. They want to make sure it never goes away. They want to make sure it stays in their bloodline and their progeny.
More.
Always. Guess what? How much money? Listen. How much money is enough?
Yeah, just a little bit more.
Just a little bit more.
That's what they say.
That's it.
That's what they always say. Just a little bit more.
It's never been that. Guess what? 25%, or no, less than 25% of people in the South own slaves, and only 2% own the vast majority of them. Why are we fighting black and white? I don't care if you're black. I don't care if you're fucking purple. I don't give a fuck what you are. You know what I mean? We should all be proud.
Quit focusing on that.
Right.
I mean, holy shit. What happens the first thing you notice when you get up, you go, fuck, I'm black. I'm going to fucking focus on that all day long. What the fuck? It's insane. What is this we do?
Right. And here's the thing, you know, we should all be proud of where we come from, preserve our culture and our heritage, because there are keys in that, primarily, first, and secondly, because it's how things work, but we should all coexist.
Should try, at least. But that's their whole thing, is divide and conquer, and people will just keep falling for it. They'll just keep falling for it. Go to the polls, and that'll change everything. I've been watching people for 58 fucking years go to the voting machines to change things. And you know what? They've changed it all right. It's got worse and worse and worse and worse as the time has gone on.
What Catch just said is exactly right. Speculative masonry is an important tool for responding to tyranny. It's how we did it the first time. It's how they did it every time. It's not something new.
So YouTube tweaks algorithm to fight 9/11 truthers and flat earthers and miracle cures. Wow.
Yes. Well,
that was January 25th, 2019. That was why? Why would they need to fight someone telling the truth. 9/11 truthers. We need to fight 9/11 truthers. Why would you need to fight people telling the truth?
Right. And Daniel Becker, you're entitled to that opinion. Obviously, that's fair. That's, you know, you can feel how you want, but you actually have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, maybe you can do a show on it one night on Freemasonry and set all these people shit.
I wouldn't, but they're all tripping out right now.
Oh yeah, they will. You're gonna run into a lot of that in the truth community.
I already do.
Masons have got a bad rap.
Why do you think that is? Don't you think somebody who was actually behind something would not just post their signature on everything, right? There's a reason for that. I mean, come on. Do you
you got to admit their footprints on a lot of nasty shit.
Why do you think?
I don't know why. Probably because they wield a lot of power.
What, is that what you actually think?
I see their footprint on a lot of nasty shit. NASA, for one.
Why would they put
the biggest ones for me?
I know that's one of the first clues for me in the first place. Was why the fuck would they advertise? People who are in power never want anybody to know who's doing something. In fact, you'd never know anything.
Well, I wonder why it's not just that. It's not just NASA. Their footprints on it, their fingerprints are in a lot of bad things.
I agree with you. And I actually did do a show on this about the Jesuits.
You know, I mean, it's Denver Airport.
The Jesuits created the Jacobin Society, which later became known as the Illuminati, to infiltrate Masonic lodges.
Well, they took over then because they sure as hell are putting their nasty fingerprint on some nasty shit.
I also agree with you, but that has nothing to do with Freemasonry. We're not Catholics by any means, not even close. In fact, Catholics would excommunicate somebody who was a Freemason for a long period of time, up until recently, when they started putting our signature on everything. I know that for a fact and can prove it. In fact, letters from George Washington prove it. George Washington was actually a good man. The Whiskey Rebellion that everybody likes to cite to prove tyranny was inspired by the Jacobins. They killed George Washington. I personally believe a lot of evidence suggests that.
Here's one of the problems. Here's one of the problems, and I give it the benefit of the doubt, but here's one of the problems. Let us suppose, okay, they say, hey, listen, the reason we're accusing you of rape is because 13 of the last 15 rape victims all had your DNA on them. And you say, yeah, well, there's somebody that doesn't like me and they're trying to frame me. So they've been planting my DNA at the scene of these rapes. You see how that is really kind of lame?
And I would say
that's a lame excuse.
I would say something as ancient and as sacred as what we are, right, would not be so stupid as to do that. If we
or if that's exactly, that would be a great excuse cover too. Would be like, we wouldn't be that stupid.
Well, no other Mason would ever say that, but I know that is the case, that it's done intentionally.
Was Aldrin a Mason or not?
Of course he is.
Okay. Neil Armstrong?
Yes.
Okay. Alan Shepard?
Yes.
Okay. So what's going on there? Are they just Jesuits that have
I'll explain what's going on there. Masonry is actually only Blue Lodge. Everything else that spawns from that is the creation of other people aspiring to power.
So
everything
that's kind of like, but that
no, but listen, I know
like saying, you know, no, I'm a Baptist because being a Baptist is the only way, the one and only way. The rest of those are all wrong.
Oh, it's not the only way. It's not the only way, but it reconciles all the ways. So that's what it is. So here's the thing: is Blue Lodge Masonry has everything within itself to never need anything else. There's no reason you should ever be anything else. unless you're aspiring for something else. And the rumors that are perpetual. Hold on.
Why aren't the good Masons
Finish speaking.
more outspoken?
Because I'm the only one who apparently has, me and Catch are the only one who apparently has balls to speak out.
I mean, if somebody was framing me, or even like my family or my organization, to make us look like a bunch of lying shits,
I'm doing it right now. What am I, nobody?
I mean, it's like,
I'm probably the best.
But Ryan, hold on, wait a second. This is not like this is something that just sprang up, right? This is something that has been going on for years, long before you.
I can tell you this. There's not been people like us for a long time, and there are many stupid people in every organization that will do whatever. And especially when the rumors perpetuate that something is to be something, people aspire to be something. Now, okay, lucky, there's a good reason for that. Secrets are this. Sometimes, like for instance, pretty much everybody who's reacting the way they are is understandable from an emotional perspective. But what if I was to tell you what if I was to tell you something like there's no such thing as opposites? What if I was to say that? What do you mean there's no such thing as opposites? Well, there's not. There's not. Opposites do not exist. There's just extreme varying degrees of the same internal principle. Okay? That's the truth. Now, what do you think an ignorant person would do with that knowledge? So there's
I don't think that's necessarily the secrets that he's speaking about.
Well, I'm not going to tell him the secrets he wants to know, but I'm going to give him this perfect example. Okay?
It's
this. What if there was no opposites? There are no opposites. Opposites are an illusion.
I don't think that addresses the question, though. The question was,
he asked me why the secrets. He asked me why the secrets is what he's asking.
He said keeping secrets is not lies.
I'm not lying to you. I'm just saying I will not tell you.
Right. But nevertheless, that was the question.
And I'm answering.
It was followed by a question mark. Is keeping secrets the same as lying?
No, not when I tell you I'm just not going to tell you. If I tell you something different than what the secret actually is, then
what's that got to do with lying about going to the fucking moon?
Well, that's part of something that I'm not going to get into, but I can tell you what I've been trying to tell you. You can read between the lines, and you guys can damn it for what you want. You can think I'm an idiot. You can think I do not know what I'm talking about, even though I know more about law than any single person of you, like anybody in the audience, including my father. I know more about law. Guaranteed. And what is the Bible? What is God? What is the fucking Quran? What is any institution? Is a system of law. And I know more about it than you do. And I can prove that in a heartbeat. In a fucking heartbeat, I can prove it. Okay? So I'm not going to tell you the secrets you're trying to coax out of me, but what I will tell you is this. Is why secrets? Is because sometimes people aren't just ready for certain knowledge. If you tell somebody that there's no such thing as opposites, well, obviously a wicked person would take that to the logical conclusion that there's no such thing as good and evil, right? They're just two extreme degrees of the same eternal principle, when in fact, each end of the principle has an effect that will affect you either positively or negatively. But in truth, there is no such thing. Well, it's all one eternal thing. So hold on.
All right. I know you're really long-winded with this shit, man. You need to,
because it takes that. It takes that because you keep wanting to attack. You keep wanting to attack.
Not attacking. They're just questions, man.
Well, that's
you take them as attacks because
what does a prosecutor do? What does a prosecutor do in law? Do they make statements or ask questions? Guess what you do in law? You ask questions to place the burden of proof on the other person. That's what you do. Say, well, isn't this and this and this and this? And then now, instead of making a statement which places the burden of proof on you, right? No, you ask a question. It places the burden of proof on the other person. Hey, there's one example of law that I know.
I'm sorry I said anything because you'd have been done by now, right?
Yes, period. I would have been.
All
you know
right,
what? Fuck it. I won't finish it. Take it
No,
for what
I
you
mean,
will.
go ahead. I mean, what I'm trying to get at is it's like,
I'm done. I'm done speaking because guess what? I'm not even supposed to be arguing about this in the first place.
I know. I'm not trying to argue about it. I'm merely bringing up some analogies. Like, for instance, I know for a fact that there are some decent and good people in the Hells Angels motorcycle organization. Okay, they're not all bad people, right? But
that's even closer.
If you told someone just off the street, yeah, this is my friend, he's a Hells Angel, their initial assumption of him is going to be based on the reputation of that club. Am I correct or not?
Well, you would be correct to a certain degree, but what do you know about that?
Well, the fact that they traffic methamphetamines and people.
What about that club authorizes them to do that?
But nevertheless, that's not the point. The point of the matter.
Well, it is. It all goes back to law.
No, it isn't, because the point of the matter is most people's general opinion of that club is based on the negative shit that has been produced by that club. Regardless of who sanctioned it or anything else, this is where people get their opinion. Even though this particular member of that organization is not involved in that shit,
what did Jesus
say? Not a bad person, but their association with that group still gives the initial assumption that they're as bad as the reputation of the group.
Well, okay.
Right?
Perfect example. That's great. I'm glad you went there. Yeah. So why did they crucify Jesus? What did Jesus say? He said, do not cast pearls before swine. He could have easily proven what he was saying, but guess what? He did not. You know why? Because you don't cast pearls before swine.
Right. Nobody's asking you for the secrets of the lodge, Ryan. The
it's not the lodge.
Wasn't asking you any secrets of the lodge or any of the secrets of Freemasonry. No one was asking.
But here, that's exactly what he asked me. He said, why the secrets, as if they're lies? They're not. And secrets exist for a reason.
That was the question. The question was,
they always have existed
they
always have existed for a reason. And the reason being is what I was initially explaining, is that everybody's on a different level of perception and understanding of the way things work. Period. They are. They are. They just are. And guess what? Men or mankind in general is inclined towards the evil. It is. That's a fact. It has been since the fall. Inclined towards evil.
Well,
right?
Wouldn't the good Masons say, hey, you bad Masons that are besmirching our reputation with your shenanigans, stop that. We're going to make it widely known that you are not affiliated with us through these actions.
Well, there's where we get into the secrets of Masonry. So, no.
I mean, I would do that. Anybody would do that to defend their reputation, especially when it's besmirched as
you would do that unless you understood how the world works.
You know?
You would do that unless you understand.
Well, this is exactly why, though.
You already do to a certain degree.
This is why, though.
You're not listening. I'm going to give you a key. You already do understand.
Why you get the shit you do about Masonry in different forms, especially in the truth community, is for that very reason right there, is that the initial assumptions of the Masons is based on the bad taste Masons have left in the mouths of many truthers.
Guess what? Everybody hates secrets. I've hated them since I was a kid. Now that I know a lot of them, I understand why secrets exist. So the point being is I was going to give you a key, right? And you already do understand why it would be necessary if you just applied the macrocosm to the microcosm. That's it. It's the nature of existence.
Okay, so let's do that with the fake and the moon landing. How does that have to do with the microcosm or the macrocosm?
Well, that would be one aspect of the influence. Why don't we look at all the good things that Masons have done, which nobody ever wants to do?
Well, probably because they're not nearly as big a deal as the fucking bullshit that they've pulled.
They are. This country wouldn't exist without them.
So the people that founded the country happen to be Masons. It doesn't mean it's Masonic.
It is 100% Masonic.
And
right
really,
now,
if you're really going to bring that one up, I'm going to point out that it failed rather quickly.
And whose fault was that?
100 years.
Whose fault was that? Not Mason.
Well, it don't matter whose fault it was. It didn't work.
It does matter because it could have. If it were not for the lethargy, laziness, and stupidity.
I know it would have succeeded if it hadn't have failed.
It would have succeeded if the people would have taken it.
And if a frog had wings, he wouldn't bump his ass when he jumped.
It has not completely failed yet, which is why I continue to speak on.
Dude, are you for real? You look around you. It has failed bad.
They've broken the law. They've broken the law. Listen, a revolution is 100% possible because they have broken the law in so many places that it would be annuit coptis if we had a revolution.
Well, it might take place.
No, it would. It would be annuit coptis if we had a revolution.
Many of us out there fighting. I can tell you that right now.
Well, that's why we have a channel. You and I both.
I mean, all you have to do is if you had lost, how many people obeyed the sticker on the floor?
You make no money. You make no money, and neither do I from our channels. And yet we continue to spend tireless hours of research and energy into trying to. And we would not do that if we thought it failed. If there was no hope, why would you do it? You wouldn't. You would hunker down. That's a fact.
Right.
So
but you know, I have to look at it though from a realistic standpoint, man. I look around the last 3 years, people that let a goddamn sticker on the floor tell them where to stand, people that let some little rat-faced fuck on TV tell them how they and when they can go out and what they can do. That's
I never told you it was none of your business.
Revolutionary people to me at all.
Everybody has the same possibility of accessing the same information that I do and you do, right? We try to lead people. Why do you think I'm even bothering to speak? I'll piss a lot of people off with what I've said, guaranteed. But I haven't broken any laws. So here's the thing, right? I'm telling you that masonry is not what you think it is, and you should divert your attention to something much more sinister, okay, that has contaminated us in the same way it's contaminated every fucking thing else on the world.
Yeah.
Okay? That's what you should be doing. Because they got you looking at the left hand while they're using the right hand to shove a dick up your ass.
Well, yeah, that's all about fucking distracting you around, man. They're doing that right now with this bullshit Biden crap. They're doing that right now. This game they're playing on everybody, gonna have old Donnie Boy come in on like a knight in shining armor, gonna defend America against this terrible tyranny that we're going through and this incompetence, and it's just so terrible.
It's not our game. It's not our game.
I know. That's why I don't even play it. I just watch it. I just watch the fucking thing.
No, I'm saying it's not our game. It's not our game.
Who's our?
Okay, what it is. Who's our is good Masons.
No, I don't even say it was. I'm just saying, well, it may be. I don't know. It seems like there's a lot of deception.
Well, if you trusted me as your son, I wouldn't lie to you, because that's one of my pet peeves. I'm not going to lie to you. So I wouldn't even engage in the conversation, honestly, if that was the truth.
Yeah. So
okay?
So neither of us really know one way or the other.
Oh, I do know. I know exactly
Ryan. You've only been in this thing about a year now.
I know, and I'm the best Mason in the state of Michigan.
I'm talking about you're not knowing everything. You're not knowing everything. You were not privy to all their shit. You don't know who's doing what.
I don't have to. They're not privy to all their shit. Are you kidding me? It's old. It's older than you can imagine.
Right. So you don't know what top level fucking Masons embedded in government positions and the like are doing or plotting at all.
I do. I do actually.
Okay. Do they call you in for those meetings with that?
Nope.
Like, okay.
No, they don't.
Kavanaugh, here's how we're gonna have you do on this thing or whatever.
Your ego is taking hold right now. Okay. Well,
No, I'm just saying. I think that actually I think is like projection because
listen, what is a high level Mason? High level Mason doesn't exist in Masonry. That's not a Masonic term to say high level. That doesn't exist in Masonry. Okay, that's my point. Catch can back that up, guaranteed. High level doesn't exist in Masonry. That's not a
then
thing.
how come they got every time I've seen any of these videos of Masonic shit going on, they always got some kind of a grand poobah sitting up there in a fucking throne with a couple other poobahs to either side of him. What's that all about?
It's not Blue Lodge Masonry. That's not Blue Lodge Masonry. That's not what Masonry is.
It looks like rank to me.
It's not what Masonry is. That's not
what they claim they are. They said they're Masons.
Oh,
they got their little symbols. They got their little aprons. They do their little handshakes.
Oh, there's
How
Masons.
is someone supposed to know the difference?
How would you know the difference? By their fruits. What do I do? What do I dedicate all my time to the detriment of myself, actually?
Trying to make people believe in the moon landing. You fucking Mason.
That's what the fuck I do. Yeah. Oh yeah. Fuck yeah. That's what I sat here and did the whole time.
Planning while you're squeezing on Baphomet's titty over there and shit. I know what's going on, brother. I know.
It's got nice titties, man. What can I say?
He's got a nice rack. You got to admit.
Right.
Not much in the face. The face really kind of like ruins it, but you know.
By their fruits. I mean, we got a pastor right now who's on the right path, but he literally burns like thousands of books in the middle of towns, and he's famous right now. You know what I'm talking about? And he speaks out against our craft. It's Pastor Greg Locke, but his hate is clouding his vision. He doesn't understand.
You might catch 22. Y'all might be Minutemen in philosophy, but you better practice being a Minuteman in reality. I have. I can be armed up with body armor, handgun, the whole 9 yards in about less than 3 minutes, man.
Listen, it doesn't matter what kind of royal titles, Jeebus, that have been added later, but our origin, there's no such thing as a higher level of Masonry. And I'm not going to tell you why, but there just is not. Okay? That period. It's literally fundamental to what we do. It's stupid. The concept is stupid, and I laugh at it. And actually, I can tell you this, the higher-ups probably, if you want to call them that, because there's no such thing, the people that consider themselves higher-ups despise me.
They got some pretty crazy ass ranks. They got like worshipful dude and shit.
Oh, dude, I already know. And none of that is a thing.
We got what's that one? Jester of the suckable dick or some shit. I don't know. They got lots of weird fucking things.
Listen, I could assign that title to several prominent people right now, guaranteed. I'm serious.
So it's only the bad Masons.
They cannot touch me. They cannot touch me.
So wait a second. So this is the gist of what I'm getting here. Then it's only the bad Masons that do like, Denver Airport and New World Order shit and moon landing hoax.
Listen, what's necessary for what's necessary?
Bad ones. Wait a second. So
hold on, I'm going to give you something. What is necessary for a battery to complete a circuit?
Right, I understand. You got negative and positive polarity.
There you go. Oh, that's it. That's the whole thing. There you go.
So then that's okay. It's okay then. It's okay that we get bilked for billions of dollars a year for fraudulent CGI photographs because those guys are the bad Masons.
Do you think it only exists in Masonry?
Masquerade at the Mormons, which is fundamentally from Masonry.
No, it's not. That's bullshit.
Yeah, it is. You can even Mormon clergy will even tell you that.
Oh yeah, show me one.
Who is that guy I was trying to think of? He's a Mormon guy on YouTube. But yeah, it comes right out of that. Most of these philosophies do. Another one that came out of it was Jehovah's Witnesses. What's his name? He was the nephew of Charles Taze Russell. He was the nephew of the guy that run the Russell Trust. I mean, this shit is like all over the place, man. But I know those were bad Masons.
No, I'm gonna explain something to you. How many degrees are in Masonry?
Well, we're told 33, but I think there's more.
No, there's not 33
but
degrees.
Then I've heard also there's just 3.
That's the truth. That's the truth.
So what's up with the 33 then?
Listen, what people do outside of Blue Lodge is not my business. I'm a Blue Lodge guy, and that's all there is in Masonry. Guaranteed.
Well, how would anybody know that? I mean, that'd be like if you had a war and both sides wore the same fucking uniform. You know? How do you know who's the bad ones?
Because go petition a lodge.
Why? I don't want to be a Mason.
Then why do you want to speculate on it?
Well, because you told me there's good ones and there's bad ones.
I didn't say that. I just said there's positive and negative energy. I didn't say anything about that.
So you don't think that bilking people out of billions of dollars a year and lying to them about space and about the fucking moon landing?
Well, of course that would be negative energy.
That's not bad. That's so bad stuff. That's not bad stuff that could be avoided and not necessary.
I said it's negative energy.
But it's not even necessary. Why would it be necessary? Why would any of that even be necessary? It wouldn't.
Listen, what does a piston have to do in order to operate?
Well, it has to move up and down, but that doesn't mean that does not give a reason.
It just did. Yes, it did. I can tell by the way you answered.
No.
It gives you an answer.
No, it gives me an answer as to why. Hold on. How does that in any way, shape, or form give me an answer? If
it doesn't give you an answer, then I don't know what to tell you. But look,
why would they have to? Why would there even be that? There would be no
world. Do you think that this world is peaches and cream? How do you think that? What is necessary for?
There's not enough negative polarity.
Listen,
that they'd have to go through.
How do you think that life exists in the first place? What is required for life to exist? How do you get your vacuum to work? Right? That's my point. This is the thing about it. And guess what? Everybody gets their just rewards.
Well, listen, there's always negative polarity on everything without having to add.
So why would it not infect Masonry, and why are we just focusing on Masonry?
Wait a second. Well, I'll tell you why. Because this conversation somehow turned to that.
The comments, which I will not
tolerate. There you go. That's why
you're asking all your questions, and I'm telling you a fundamental law of existence and what is inevitable in any body or any system in existence.
So there must be a lot of negative polarity. There must be a shitload of them.
Not so much. So what it actually is just a small body of very powerful. It's the Vatican, man. That's all I can ever tell you. It's the fucking Vatican. You guys need to look at the Vatican. You need to look at.
So the Vatican has half of your guys, half the Masons being bad.
I'm not saying that for purposes, right? But here's the thing: is just look at the history of the Vatican. And look at how they used to view Masonry because of the threat it posed, and then just look at how they do not excommunicate Masons anymore.
Well, so what? What does that got to do with anything? What I'm getting at right here is that then, by your analogy, is that a bunch of Jesuits have infiltrated the Masonic order. And now this is what gets me, is because I thought they did, if the Jesuits are an enemy of the Masons, and they do a thorough background check on people, I can do a cursory background check.
You just said thorough background check. Holy shit! You don't understand what it is now.
Wait a minute. These people can't. They're so inept that they can let an entire army of spies infiltrate.
Yes. Oh yes. 1,000%.
Well, that ain't no good. What the hell good kind of a club is that?
It's not a club.
I mean, Christ almighty, if you can get half or more of your guys coming in are spies from the opposition.
Trust me, I know.
So more than half of the Masons are spies from Rome.
I didn't say that. You did.
Well, I mean, it must be because there seems to be a large majority of them that are doing bad things, man.
Listen, I can
That's
tell.
why I see that there's a lot of them that are cops. Why would a lot of them be cops? Because cops do bad things.
For who?
For anybody.
For the bar, right? I mean, maybe. I don't know. Hey, listen, though. I couldn't tell you one way or
They
the
do
other.
bad things to people all the time.
For who? For who?
Day.
Who? For who, though?
For the people they do the shit to.
No, but I mean, who do they do that on behalf of?
I don't give a fuck who they do it on behalf of.
It's probably the bar, if I was to guess. But I mean, I couldn't say for sure. I couldn't say for sure.
Why would they support the bar then?
What do you mean?
If they're Masons, why would they want to support the bar?
Listen, you have a misconception. Let me tell you something, and it's one of the funniest things because the one brother from California that came on the show the one night, and you were a part of it, he said, you think Masons are trying to take over the
I'm not.
I don't think food they want for a fucking picnic. They already have. Listen, I can tell you this. That's true. That's true. They cannot agree on the food that they want for a picnic, let alone fucking take over the world. And that's the level of competence you have, okay? And the most important fundamental structure. So would they let people through that shouldn't be? Well, I would venture to just assume.
I've seen that go down too. I've seen that go down in the military as well. They can't decide on what fucking uniform of the day to have within that unit. But I'll tell you one thing: when an order comes down from fucking headquarters to move out at such and such,
we don't take orders.
It just fucking happens.
We don't take orders.
You know, so it comes down even as a suggestion.
We don't take orders. So my point is that Masons are not they're the scapegoats, man. That's why listen, you have to logically, how many Jesuit signatures have you seen on everything? And I've proven on my show that they've been behind every causality of the downfall of this country. And the only reason this country was founded was during the suppression of the Jesuits.
Then why haven't your fellow brother?
Because they're just fucking normal dudes whose fathers and grandfathers.
Wait. Why haven't they gone ahead and identified these infiltrators and, you know, whatever they do, excommunicate them or whatever it is that they do, disfellowship or however, because they seem to be causing a really bad public image for the organization. Overall, people are more remembered by the bad things they do than the good things they do.
Because of the way things work.
What do you mean, the way things work?
I told you many times already the way things work.
So you mean to tell me you could have, so if somebody gets in there, infiltrates, that's it, they're in, and there's nothing you can do about it. They can just do whatever kind of sabotage.
As long as they don't violate our Masonic law.
So they could go out there and, like, you know, maybe kill somebody's dog and then spray paint a compass and square on it with a lodge.
I mean, that's specifically, yes. Yeah, they could. Wow. There's no law against
you guys, and even though your whole lodge is associated with that horrible act, nobody would care.
There's nothing we can do about it, but I can tell you this, it didn't used to be that way.
Well, then what good are they then?
We're very good.
I mean, if they don't even have power enough to keep their own organization from being heavily infiltrated, then what the hell good is it? I mean, how do you know what's not been altered before you got there? How long have they been this inept that they've had at least 50%
like
infiltration length. It's at least a 50% infiltration.
Well, I can tell you this, because like you, very good at researching, and among other things, I know 100% for a fact. So you don't have to believe it, and I don't care if you do. But I'll tell you what, I won't tolerate anybody talking shit about the craft, right? That's period. I won't. You got to focus on the real enemy.
Yeah, well, I know a lot of people are, kind of see it the same way as I do. And of course, I'm saying I wouldn't say everybody in Masonry is a bad person, but I will say Masonry has a lot of bad people.
I would say this: most Masons have no idea what Masonry is.
I mean, there's a lot of these people that are been in this thing for a long, long time and seem to be in positions of great power that, are really kind of besmirching the name of such organizations, I would say.
All we have to do is look at why the Templars were excommunicated.
And that'll tell me how you got a 50% infiltration rate?
Ultimately, if you follow it to its end, yeah, absolutely. It for sure will.
So, another analogy. Hey, you want to come over and join our army? We're getting ready to go into combat. Now,
guess what? Guess what we do not do?
45%.
Guess what we do not do? We don't recruit. So
wait, just a second.
So nobody says what you're saying, but go ahead.
Bear with me. Just bear with me and see.
Finish with your stupid analogy. Yes.
Hey, all right. How about I'll put it this way then. Hey, look at that army over there. I'm going to go join that army, even though I know that 45 to 50% of that fucking army has been infiltrated by the enemy. I'm still going to go into combat and trust the guys around me.
So here's an example. Okay. So when I decided to become a Mason, I'm more interested in spirituality than I ever have been. In fact, it's my interest in spirituality that led me to the corruption of the global system, or not global, worldwide system of government, right? It was my interest in spirituality that led me there. Okay. And now the people that idealized the absolute truths and fundamental virtues by which I live were Masons. All right.
Right.
So I decided that there must be something I do not know. And it turns out there was.
Well, here's somebody said, and I was thinking the same thing in here, though, by that logic of your polarity and everything, that would mean then you shouldn't be so far people. You should, because they're just the other side of that polarity, right? They're just the other side of that. What? Jesuits, again, they're just the other side of this polarity, right?
Which is your answer. So there you go.
There it is. So there ain't no sense in being upset with them because they have to exist, right?
There you go.
And it makes it okay that they commit subterfuge against the Masons.
Nope.
Well, wait a second. Without that subterfuge, there would be out of balance, though, right?
Yeah, but do you believe in God?
Yeah.
I don't believe in God. I know God is real, 100%.
Cool.
I experience God. So the thing is about that is you have to have faith. And it's not just faith. It does become faith at a certain time, is that there's a intelligence that operates beyond your understanding and our understanding, which is the fundamental it's the fundamental root of all faiths, which is actually why Masonry exists everywhere. So that's the point. And then once you start to understand that, right, you know that it's going to ebb and flow no matter what.
But that still doesn't take care of a glaring thing that I'm having trouble really getting my head around. And that's the fact that there's all this infiltration within the organizations, and like literally no attempt whatsoever to weed it out, because that would be against the rules for some reason, and no attempt to maybe stop it from happening, like by going into their background. And I know that they look into people's backgrounds, and it's not hard to find out whether someone is a Jesuit or not.
So Masons will tell you this without you being a Mason, right? So I don't hurt anything in saying this, is that our original system of government was set up exactly predicated upon the Masonic system of government, in which the smallest pockets of community hold the greatest power, right? So literally from lodge to lodge, it is entirely different, because each lodge is its own state. Okay, that's a fact. Okay. All right, and so because of that, right, and because of various other factors that have degraded society along with everything else, you can't guarantee the continuity of any particular lodge, or what exactly the condition of that lodge is, or what those type of people want. Like, I'm conservative, I'm not liberal. There's full-on liberal lodges. There's many people that want to contribute to gay pride parades. Guess what? My lodge? No. Hell the fuck no. Nope. Fuck no. Not only fuck no, right? But we'll literally probably stage a straight pride parade in retaliation of it.
Sure.
You should.
But that still doesn't really address the question.
It does, because that's where
so there are lodges that are actually actively combating the infiltration by Jesuits.
I am, one would presume that is the case. Yes.
All right. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So why wouldn't, since this is a recognized enemy,
because Masonry
different lodges do talk to one another, I'm sure.
Well, sort of, but Masonry isn't even in the state that you think it is in right now, and that's the whole illusion of it. Like, you think it's some overarching organization of people, and really it's just it's primarily just each individual lodge.
Yeah. So I could just make my own lodge up, call it whatever the fuck I want to, right?
If you became a Mason, and then
I could just say I'm a Mason, and I'm starting up this lodge, and I'm calling it the Green and Brown.
Sure, go ahead. Why not?
And I can use all the same.
I'm literally so over this conversation right now.
No, I mean that's like
you're not picking up what I'm laying down.
The loose configuration of organization that you present is
what our country is predicated on when we were free,
to what we see in reality.
So would you rather that your sheriff be the Supreme?
Because you can't tell me that when I see these great big huge like jamborees. Now wait a second, you guys have these jamborees and shit where other
we don't. The fuck are you talking about? That's
where you've got like several lodges come together at one big convention.
Where? Yeah, if they decide to, guess what? And a lodge can decide not to. And the lodge I'm a part of.
Well, yeah, of course they can. Nobody said anything about being ordered or anything, right? But when they do have these big things, there's always one or two special dudes that sit up front, right? And they got the little chair looking back at everybody else. So they're apparently of some prominence as compared to the rest of the people, right? This would indicate some kind of a top-down structure.
It's actually bottom up, but okay.
Well, whatever. It's a pyramid, man.
And yeah, so life is a pyramid. Our government, the way it was originally set up,
and it still goes with what I said.
And it's perfect.
There is a structure. There is a structure.
All right, I'm done indulging ignorance because you're not picking it up, so it's fine. But
is there a structure or not, or it's just people put on hats and show up?
Where is there no structure? Are you fucking kidding me? Show me a beehive with no structure. Show me a fucking anthill with no structure.
New person comes in, they have to come in by asking another person, right? That's already in it, right?
Yeah.
And then they're an initiate, right?
Sure.
Right. And so the guys that start imparting knowledge down to them have a form of hierarchy over that person in that form, do they not?
Before they're a Mason, yeah.
Right. Okay. So this is all, and these rules are decided upon through a hierarchy. There is a hierarchy.
No,
we know this.
See, that's where you're wrong. So all I can tell you is that it's exactly how our original system of
How long? Well, so then would you be able to go up and sit in the special chair like the next time they have one of those?
I mean, I could.
How could you really?
Yeah.
And who decides that though? Somebody decided it. Not just somebody going, "Hey, I get to sit in the chair."
So what you're saying, let me turn this back around on you. What you're saying is that you assume that society or even life or organization in general has no hierarchy or structure, and that this is an anomaly.
You just told me that they don't have a hierarchy or structure.
No, I told you
there was no hierarchy.
I told you that it's bottom up. Everything only exists with the consent of the bottom up.
It's a hierarchy, though, right? There's less people.
Where is there no hierarchy? Where is there no?
That's not the point. It doesn't matter.
It is the fucking point. Why does it make?
You just said there was no hierarchy. Now there is.
I just told you it's bottom up.
Doesn't well, so what? Top down, bottom up, whatever.
It makes a huge fucking difference.
Fewer at the top of the pyramid. There's fewer at the top of the pyramid than there is at the bottom. Is that true?
It makes a huge difference.
Is there less people at the top of the pyramid than at the bottom?
Okay, show me any situation that exists in the world where that isn't the case.
That's not what we're saying.
That is what we're saying.
No,
why does it matter?
Said that there's no hierarchy in the Masons.
You keep saying that, and that's fucking a blatant goddamn ignorant lie, because I just said it's fuck off, dude. Listen, I'm not going to keep explaining this shit to you because you're not listening. I said fuck off, dude. That's at the and every single other person that may or may not be subscribed to me, you can fuck off too if you're not listening to what I'm saying.
I'm listening. Absolutely. It doesn't matter bottom up, top down. Is there less people at the top of the fucking pyramid or not?
You sound dumb as shit because you have no idea about law.
Is there less people at the top of the pyramid than there is?
How did the people get to the top of the pyramid?
By
where did the order
hierarchy?
Guess what?
Who gets to tell you that?
Guess what? Where did the orders come from?
Did you decide to move up?
Where did the orders?
Or did someone grant it to you?
Nobody granted shit to me.
Yeah,
you know what? No, you're right. You're right. You know who granted me my office? The bottom, not the top.
Right. So there is a hierarchy structure.
Okay, show me somewhere where there isn't.
I didn't say that there's any place that there isn't. You said that there was no.
No, I literally did not say that.
Then if all the power's in the bottom, then why would you want to move up?
To serve the bottom. It's the point.
Well, there's fewer people. That would mean there's fewer people on the next level of the pyramid than there is on the bottom part of the pyramid, right?
What point does that make when all the power is
called a hierarchy?
The bottom of the pyramid is the power. Everything's a hierarchy. Where is there no hierarchy?
Well, you said that there was no hierarchy in
Masonry. You keep saying this, and I did not say that.
Chat, did he or did he not say that there was no hierarchy in Masonry?
No, I said it's a bottom-up hierarchy. The power's in the base.
To that.
The hierarchy in which you're trying to impose it's all a hierarchy. It's an organization.
I also noticed that the people that move up in levels get to wear more little ribbons and stripes and shit like that too.
Who gives a fuck about that?
Well, that would be an indication of, I don't know, in the military they call it rank.
Okay, but guess what?
That's not above. It does set them above the regular.
There's nobody above
people, right?
anybody. There's nobody above.
Well, they claim that, but go up and grab that guy's fucking medal and put
Do
it
they?
on.
What, at your last lodge meeting, they told you that? Shut up, dude. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. That's what I'm saying. You're coming at it from a person who has no idea. It's bottom up.
Dude,
just like our country was.
Whatever. Does the guy at the top have more little shining shit on his little suit and more ribbons and special fucking bullshit than the regular guy at the bottom? Yes, he does. What does that indicate? That indicates that he's special. Otherwise, he'd be exactly the same as everybody down below him, wouldn't he?
He is exactly the same.
Well, then why don't he dress like it? Why has he got to dress with pomps and royalty type shit? Why not?
I'll refer to our Constitution. I'll refer to our Constitution. Okay, those bound to a term of service for years, right? Bound to a term of service.
Yeah.
It's an honor to serve.
Yeah.
But you're also a servant.
But you shouldn't need any special kudos for it either, then, right? You're just common like everybody else. Why denote your accomplishments?
It's an honor to serve, but it's also a service.
Yeah. So
you don't understand
why would you need it? Why would you need to
exactly?
Why would you need to?
Thank you for teaching me a valuable lesson. This is why you don't talk to ignorant people.
If you are
you're incredibly intelligent on flat Earth. You're an idiot when it comes to the law. You are.
Then why would it be necessary if you're one of the common people, just like that, the people at the bottom? Why would it be even necessary to denote yourself as anything other than that? Why would there be a special?
Why get a Purple Heart? Why get a purple? Why get a Purple Heart? Why get a medal? Why get a Medal of Valor?
Well, there you've actually done an accomplishment, right? But hold on. In the military, though, those medals do represent a hierarchy. Okay. And those stripes.
There is no place that exists without a hierarchy.
I understand that. So then, if the guy with all the shiny shit on his suit and the special little apron and all that, now wait a second, if he's just like everybody else that's down there on the bottom, right? Because that's where all the power's at. Why is it necessary for him to denote himself as special by wearing all this regalia?
Because he's serving.
Well, so are the other people. Why don't they wear the special shit?
No, they're not serving. You'd be surprised at how few people are willing to serve.
Wait. So you got a guy at the bottom, they're serving. Maybe a couple of them aren't. But the other guy's serving. He's doing what he's supposed to be doing.
You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. You're basically telling me you know the distance.
No, I'm not. What I'm saying is if the guy is supposed
Yes, you are. You're making assumptions. You're making assumptions, and I'm done having this conversation.
If somebody is no better than anybody else, there is no need for them to dress themselves in regalia that indicates that they're special.
Guess what? I'm done with this conversation because you sound like a fucking idiot.
What part of that doesn't make sense? Why, if you're
I
just like
keep
everybody
explaining
else,
it to it.
why
Listen,
would you have to set yourself apart from it?
Your inability to understand what I'm saying does not mean it does not make sense. It just means it does not make sense to you.
It doesn't make sense to anybody. If you're not
Really?
any better, hold on. If you're not any better than everybody else, then there's no need for you to set yourself apart from everyone else.
Listen, we want everybody to be there. That's the difference. We don't want nobody to take that place. We want everybody to be there. That's what makes you sound stupid.
Well, no, not really, because then, hang on a second.
All right, later, bro. Have a good night, and fuck off, by the way.
Whatever. All right, well. Pretty emotional response for a simple fucking question, which is really quite a simple observation, that if you're going to be like everyone else, there is no need to set yourself apart by wearing special regalia on your suit. It's real simple, right? This indicates that this guy's more of a poobah in the organization than the other people, i.e. a hierarchy. So I don't know why that pisses people off or why it pisses him off, but I guess now then he's told me to fuck off. So likewise, same to you, buddy. If you're that emotional over your stupid little fucking water buffalo club, you can suck a fucking fat dick, you know? So yeah, he is. He's an arrogant ass. You're absolutely right, Daniel. He is. He's an arrogant ass. Very condescending too. But well, you know, he's never going to be able to get his emotions under control. He just can't fucking do it. He just can't fucking keep his emotions under control. This is one of the things that led him into problems before. And it'll land him into problems again. He cannot hold his fucking temper. And the thing that I'm saying, he's trying to defend something that wasn't being attacked. I'm asking questions. Okay. If there's no fucking hierarchy, then why is there a need for special regalia? What is that for? If they're just like everybody else, there'd be no need to set yourself apart from everyone else. The only reason people dress up is so people will look at them, correct? Okay. So there we go. Oh, goody. He's messaging me. All pissed off. I did not think you were so dense, he says. Work on your ego. Wow. Really, Mr. Fucking Ego? Really? Oh, what you don't understand. I know everything. What you don't understand. Constantly out of your face. Right? Maybe study law instead of beating a dead horse. Beating a dead horse is asking a question that you never can answer. Okay? With flat earth, which is common sense and takes almost no intelligence to understand. Well, that's, again, your opinion. I caught your contradictions in your bullshit and you couldn't deal with it. And just like any other religious fanatic, you succumbed to your cognitive dissonance over something that challenged your fragile belief system. Okay? So you can just fuck off too. How about that? So anyway, I didn't know a 9-year-old boy could join a lodge. What? I didn't know a 9-year-old boy could join a lodge either. Yeah, I guess he's FE, but I don't know. You gotta get your fucking emotions in check. That's all. He can't do it. He can't fucking do it. And it's usually when if you don't just kowtow down to him and say, oh, yes, Ryan, you are correct. Oh, yes. Then he's going to fucking blow his fucking shit and act like a turd. He's done that more than once on this show. I know. He probably continue to do it. He does it probably in real life most of the time. So anyway, there's that. Yeah, that's what I'd say. That's why you don't just tell your old man to fuck off on a live stream and then rage quit, because you can't explain why, if there's no hierarchy, why the hierarchy wears special regalia. Great. Yeah, I did it, Rip. They cut the last one because I was showing them, which is about giant ants. So I guess that one's not in the vicinity of fair use. That wasn't even anything to do with the question, Ryan. I asked you if it was a fucking pyramid structure. Yes, it is a pyramid structure. Does it have a hierarchy? Yes, it obviously has a hierarchy. You contradict everything. what's this? They try to. Oh yeah, the Demolay and the Rainbow Girls. That's early indoctrination for children. Whatever. I just that's you get that, and anytime you try to ask anybody any question, they answer something else. They answer something else you didn't ask. How did you get to this distance to the sun? Well, you see the moon. It's like, motherfucker, I didn't say shit about the goddamn moon. So wait a second. Inability to understand something does not void evidence. Okay, the evidence shows that there's more sparkly shit on the higher ranking goddamn fucking Freemasons. Okay, that's the evidence. Also that there's a fewer number of them than there are at the base level of Freemasonry. That would be some evidence as well. We understand that you were telling us that it's all from the consensus of the people. Probably very much the same bullshit that they feed on us about our government. It really isn't. Okay? But they've got everybody believing that shit. So let's go with that. But if you're no more than anyone else, and there is no hierarchy, there is no need to denote any of your shit with special regalia. Okay. Otherwise, a guy who's down on the bottom, just working as hard as that and doing an equal amount of work or whatever else, say, hey, I'm worthy of that sparkly shit too. And since there are no bosses in this outfit, I'm going to go ahead and just start wearing that shit. Now, how long would that fly? Not very long, I'm sure. Not very long. So that's the shit. But I'll tell you something, Ryan, until you get your goddamn temper in check, you're going to have a rough time with a lot of things. I can guarantee it. You just can't handle it. So anyway, anybody else got anything to say? Freemasonry is Judaism for Gentiles. Yeah, I've heard that as well. We're obviously at an impasse and I should redirect my efforts. Well, do whatever the fuck you got to do. If you got to fucking tuck yourself up like a little girl and run off like that, then you just go right ahead and do that, son. That's you. I ask a simple question as to why would it be necessary to show all your fucking bullshit if you're no better than anybody else, right? I'm sure that guy thinks he's better than the rest of them motherfuckers, or he wouldn't have stuck with it for the trinkets, man. So anyway, yeah, whatever, Ryan. You go ahead. Go ahead. Nobody cares, man. Nobody cares. It's just like you go on and do what you got to do. Whatever, bro. But if you can't handle my questions, you're certainly not going to be able to handle anybody else's fucking questions at all. You'll get all rage quitting and shit and act like a little kid. You just act like a little kid and cry and run off. Well, anyways, I got to get off here. I got an early show tomorrow. Y'all have a good night tonight. We'll see you the next time. Don't forget, Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey and see your doctor and get rid of him.